game. These guys have been around for a while and know how to take care of the basketball.
All right, now let's check out the starters for the Miami Heat. They've got Bam Adebayo. Terry Rozier is out there with Josh Richardson. Then there's Jimmy Butler, and it's Highsmith in at the four-man position. Rozier, the pass to Adebayo, down to 5 on the shot clock. Butler, yes, and it's Adebayo picking up the assist.
Putting his body to work in the paint. Butler using his athletic skills to get it done.
Here's Harden, and then Harden with the jam.
Hanging on the rim, just showing off.
That's how you extend the glory right there. They set the pick. Here's Rozier, and he takes that one up and powers it through.
Look how Rozier just slices inside. He doesn't hold himself back on the drive at all.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Moments ago, Tyronn Lue and I were able to chat. We talked about the task of facing Jimmy Butler, the fiery wing. Coach said, you can talk about the scouting report all you want with Jimmy, but he brings the extra dimension. Butler has the attitude that is unmatched in the league. The passion of Jimmy Butler in full focus tonight, Brian.
As always, Allie, we thank you. Adebayo passes to Highsmith. Back to Adebayo. Ooh, the lead pass was in the perfect spot to set up the layup.
The explosiveness off the screen. I mean, Bam's so good at knowing where to roll to after setting picks.
And your first NBA coaching job was with the Miami Heat stand. That was as an assistant back in the 90s, just a few years ago.
Yeah, just a few, Brian. And the Heat have changed a lot. The game has changed a lot over those years. Look, back then, the Heat were probably the most physical team in the NBA, and it was just knockdown, drag-out fights all the time.
Now here's Rozier. Outside Butler. And there's the screen. And it's Butler with the jam.
And this is where Butler wants to attack you. Ground zero.
For Los Angeles, they've gone 3 of 3 so far from the floor. Harden against Butler. Leonard with a screen on Butler. Harden from outside. And Rozier pulls it down. The Heat have gone 4 of 4 from the floor. Perfect start. Yep, that one goes.
The craftiness of Rozier, unpredictable in these screen and rolls, and he uses this to his advantage.
Butler against Harden. Leonard on the wing. Pass to Jones. Back to Leonard. And the layup is good.
Inside, Leonard has so many go-to moves. He knows how to get by into a shot.
Here's Butler. Lays it up and banks it in. Butler's got 6.
I love this approach. Getting him involved early, and it's already paying off.
Yeah, well, his offensive contributions are going to be very important in this game. So it's good they've already got him in a rhythm.
Fast break Miami. He's all alone. Throw it down on the breakaway jam.
Talk about taking advantage of the opportunity.
How about the anticipation right there that led to the steal? Then he goes straight to the bucket.
Turning great defense into great offense. That's the kind of stop you're looking for.
And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair.
I like that. I mean,
and they're not happy with the call here. Coach has given the signal. He's going to use his challenge. Probably a good idea in such a close contest.
People will work. The NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Here's Leonard. Misses off the right iron.
Yeah, you expect him to make those. Good look. Just couldn't find the mark.
Rozier with it. And it's Leonard picking him up. Rozier against Leonard. It's rebounded by Los Angeles.
Not really what we expected. You know he wants that one back.
Harden finds Leonard. Powell outside. Pass to Harden. Leonard on the wing. 4 on the clock. Robbed. Here's Highsmith. Now Rozier. Here's Highsmith. 1 second left. And that does it for the first quarter. Heat out in front, leading by 5. Let's take a quick break, and then it's on. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. Let's quickly break down what we've seen from the Heat.
You know, they've been relentless in how they attack the paint.
Well, if they're going to be that ferocious inside, this defense is in for a long night.
Harden and Powell, their backcourt. Kawhi Leonard out there with Derrick Jones. And it's Bamba in at the center position. So that's the lineup on the floor for the Clippers. Outside Richardson. Here's Highsmith. Leonard defending. Highsmith passes to Rozier. The 3. And it's Harden who pulls down the rebound. Clippers trail by 5. Here's Leonard. Kawhi, so steady inside.
Oh, how about the floater from Kawhi? Nice touch.
On the wing, Rozier. Powell covers. It's stolen by Leonard. Outside for Harden. Leonard outside. Back to Harden. Ooh, good work defensively by Butler. Heat leading by 3. Rozier with it. To the right side. Adebayo passes to Highsmith. Adebayo in the post. He's against Bamba. Oh, it's blocked by Bamba. And they're on the break. Fires from deep. And Harden gets it to go on the assist by Leonard. Harden's got 7 points in the game.
He's never shy to let it go from three-point range. Harden wants to make the D's job as tough as possible.
Butler with the ball. Picked up by Powell. And it's Butler with the jam.
Making sure of it with the two-hand slam, B.A.
Yeah, I don't blame him. With the score this tight, you cannot take a chance here. Now well into his 30s. Is it fair to start wondering how many seasons Jimmy Butler has left, Grant?
Well, it's a fair question, B.A. But at the same time, Jimmy's hunger is just so different than everybody else's, which I could see helping prolong his career.
And he comes up with a bucket. Harden's got 5 points now in the quarter.
It's impressive how Harden makes room inside. He finds a way to navigate the shots.
There's a screen. Here's Butler. Butler! He's too much close to the rim.
That's been the story of their offense so far, getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
And Ty Lue has called a timeout. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. Well, Stan, every franchise has their guy. What kind of things do you want your franchise player to exhibit?
Well, Brian, here's what people have to understand. The culture of your team is determined by your best player. If you want a hardworking, unselfish, competitive team, that best player, that franchise guy, has to embody those things.
Out to the right wing. The 3 from Bamba. He drops it from range. Bamba's got his second basket.
Well, so many bigs excel from three-point range these days, and he's right up there with the best of them.
Richardson for 3. Drains the triple. And the Heat lead by 2.
Exchanging buckets from downtown. That's been a staple of tonight's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Pass to Harden. Now Leonard. Butler covering. Just 5 on the clock. There's the three. Adebayo grabs the board.
That's his shot, and one I'm sure he wants back.
Rozier against Powell. Now here's Rozier. The D's right on him. Oh, nice fake, but the layup's off the mark. Here's Leonard. And he got the whistle on the way up, so he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
And what a move by Leonard, baiting the defender to get them where he wants them.
The free throw drops for Leonard. So he hits 1 of 2 from the stripe. Outside Jones. Goes back up. Back to Bamba from outside the arc. Rebound Miami. 58 seconds left to play in the second quarter. Butler against Harden. Here's Adebayo. And Adebayo slams it in.
What a confident dunk by Adebayo. He knows there's little the defense can do once he's elevated.
Here's Leonard. Leonard, so strong.
Good execution. They're getting some short-range looks here.
Rozier outside. Adebayo, a screen on Leonard. Pass to Adebayo. And stolen by Bamba. Leonard strong with the shot.
Oh, this is why you get Leonard the ball inside and just let him go to work.
Richardson with it. Rozier outside. Back to Richardson. And here's Butler. Now Adebayo over Bamba. Adebayo, no good. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. It's Los Angeles. They lead by 1. Well, now we have some time to check in with Allie LaForce. Allie.
Thanks, guys, alongside Ty Lue. And, Coach, what's the focal point for the...
Thanks, Allie. After the break, we'll see you right back here to begin quarter number 3.
They're measuring up the shot.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. It has been one outstanding game from Jimmy Butler.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room, because you're right. He's the problem right now.
And timeout called by Ty Lue. He wants to give him a breather and talk things over. Here's Porter. Setting the floor for the Heat. Jaime Jaquez out there with Duncan Robinson. Then there's Josh Richardson. Then there's Alec Burks. And it's Adebayo in at the pivot spot, manning the middle to the middle. And there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
Yeah, crafty play by Porter, tripping up the defense and opening things up for another guy.
And an intentional foul right there.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Tucker's checked in for Kawhi Leonard.
Number 17.
Tucker against Robinson. Down low. And Adebayo slams it in.
Well, he's a bit of an undersized center. However, his leaping ability can certainly mask that.
And one thing's for sure, when Duncan Robinson is on the court, he has the greenest of green lights, Coach.
Yeah, Brian, look, he's one of the most lethal shooters around. He draws intense defensive attention, and then he's added to his game as a passer and as a guy who can take the ball to the basket.
Burks with it. Now Porter defending. Burks passes to Jaquez. Back to Burks. From downtown. Knocks down the long J. 6 lead changes in a game that has a lot of character.
Yeah, both sides stepping up and making big plays.
Back to Tucker. Tipped. Pass to Porter. Going inside. Good on the shot.
And this is why you can't let Porter Jr. get a lane, because he's going to run all over you.
Richardson against Porter. Outside Burks. Adebayo, a screen on Powell. Adebayo finds Robinson. 6 on the shot clock. The Heat need to get one up in a hurry. Oh, it's blocked by Bamba. To the inside. Here's Tucker. And slam dunk by Tucker.
Oh, what ferocity on the throwdown. I just love when he goes up with purpose.
Where was the D right there? The effort lacking big time.
And with the score as close as it is, these are the opportunities you truly can't allow.
Jaquez against Jones. Robinson for 3. And it's the Clippers with the rebound. A touch over 2.5 minutes of basketball played here in the third quarter. Porter's shot is off. Miami has gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. Richardson, the pass to Jaquez. The kick out to Richardson. Pass to Adebayo. Now here's Burks. Adebayo sets a screen. Off target from 3-point range. Los Angeles has gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. The drive by Powell. Bamba, a screen on Burks. Here's Porter. Yes, it's good. Porter's gotten 4 this quarter. And Stan, the league questioning the use of load management. I know you've wondered if it can even hurt conditioning.
There's no question, Brian. Look, since the age of load management has come into the NBA, injuries are up, not down. I think players have been deconditioned, and that's even before you get into the need of guys playing together more to gain a rhythm and an on-court chemistry. You know, like actually playing basketball together.
A novel idea. Burks passes to Robinson. Jaquez with a screen on Jones. And here's Jaquez, defended by Jones. Pass to Robinson. Back to Adebayo. Nice assist and nice finish. Solid play all the way around. Adebayo's got 8.
The moment Bam gets the ball close in, he's really hard to stop.
Porter looks it over. And a nice finish on the layup. He's got 9.
Well, the defense can't lose track of him. He's just too talented offensively.
Jaquez with a screen on Jones. Robinson finds Burks. Back to Robinson. Jaquez against Tucker. Jaquez with a screen on Jones. Burks goes in. Laid it in with a nice touch off the window. Burks has gotten his 2nd bucket of the game.
Terrific design and execution, leading to an opportunity right at the rim.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Robinson against Jones. Tucker with a screen on Robinson. Pass to Tucker. No one near him. That one a little long.
I don't know what happened there. About as easy an attempt as you could possibly ask for.
Inside. Here's Adebayo. Nice dish, and the layup goes down.
The defense couldn't collapse quickly enough.
And Ty Lue has called a timeout. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players.
Let's give Coach credit. He's trying to find a way to squeeze the most out of every possession.
Well, that's the job, right? Your duty as a coach is to finesse your lineups so your guys get the best chance to succeed.
Substitution on the court.
Here's Leonard. No good. Misses at the buzzer. It's still anybody's game as we reach the end of 3. It's Los Angeles. They're up by 3. And we'll have the start of the 4th quarter for you as soon as we get back from this short break. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
You have to love his unselfishness and ability to make those around him better.
Well, he really just helps tie this team together. They know they can count on him to set them up.
3 tense quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we get ready for the 4th. They've got P.J. Tucker. Terrence Mann is out there with Kawhi Leonard. Then there's Derek Jones. And it's Harden in at the point. That's who's out there for the Clippers. And Ty Lue has called a... He is not messing around, calling them into the huddle. Tucker's checked in for the Clippers. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Guys, over the last break, I listened to Tyronn Lue address the team. Well, coach is thrilled with their three-point shooting, saying in the huddle, guys, let's keep it up. Continue to shoot it from deep. It's working. They've been on fire from distance so far.
And Allie, thanks. Harden. He's off on that one. Some solid defense from Butler. Miami has gone 3 of 6 from deep so far. Rozier looking around. Outside Butler. Bryant a screen on Leonard. Butler passes to Bryant. And then Bryant with the dunk.
And if you're wondering why the score is so high, look to the defense being played. Not good.
Not a lot of resistance, and trying to just outscore other teams, generally not the best recipe for long-term success.
Coming down the stretch, it's still anyone's game.
Incredible effort and energy on both sides. These guys must be gassed.
Rozier, the pass to Bryant. Bryant a screen on Leonard. Back to Bryant. The 3-ball. And it's Highsmith missing.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Here's Harden. And then Harden with the jam.
I mean, with the ball in his hands, Harden's as creative as anyone.
Butler, a screen on Leonard. Rozier with it. Picked up by Tucker. Butler against Bamba. It's Powell on the wing, pounded by Rozier. Back to Bamba. And it's Bamba finishing strong.
And that's gotta hurt. A turnover for a free run at the rim.
And now we know who has the momentum.
A sequence like that really does sting. I'll tell you that much.
On the wing, Rozier to stop the run. The rebound by Bamba. Bamba's got rebound number 5 here tonight. And it's Jimmy Butler with the foul. That's his first foul. And Eric Spoelstra decides to call timeout. Looking to get everyone dialed in and engaged. And Los Angeles making a change here. Jones is checked in. Bam Adebayo's checked in for Miami. And Eric Spoelstra decides to call timeout. Coach clearly has something he wants to say to his team right now. If you're just joining us, fourth quarter here. We're just over 2.5 minutes into it. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
Personal foul.
That's on Josh Richardson.
And right now, if you're the defense, you gotta be careful. Harden excels at finding ways to get to the free throw line.
Heat trail by 6. Left side, Butler. Pass to Rozier. To the paint. And it's Highsmith missing. Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth. Outside Harden. Leonard up top. 5 to shoot. Back to Harden. Fires the 3. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. Jones against Butler. To stop the drought. The Clippers grab the miss. Bamba's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Leonard finds Bamba. Back to Leonard. Here goes Leonard. And the dunk by Leonard.
Some serious intensity from Leonard, driving in with a purpose and slamming it down.
Here's Adebayo. Oh, it's blocked by Bamba. And he recovers it. Rozier, right side to the inside. There's the triple. Sinks it from distance.
And it's obvious how much Rozier loves coming up huge for his team, capable of nailing big-time shots.
Harden against Richardson. And Josh Richardson gets the whistle that time. That'll be a second foul of the game.
13.
Now here's Harden. Jones with a screen on Richardson. Clock at 6. Pass to Bamba. Launches it. Adebayo grabs the board.
And looking for a quick bucket here.
And then foul, trying to extend that game.
Adebayo a screen on Jones. 3-pointer Rozier. Offensive rebound. Heat. Powell against Butler. The 3 is up. Offensive rebound. Money.
And talk about coming up clutch. This is why Bam gets the ball in these moments. Yeah, just trying to keep this game alive. Not a bad foul right there.
Personal foul. 14 foul.
First free throw is good, and that gives him a 4-point cushion. So he gets them both, and it's a 5-point game.
Great composure there. Calmly knocks them down to put this game out of reach.
Stepping up to secure the board, he just wanted it more.
So it's the Clippers picking up the win. Boy, they didn't make it easy. Allie, thank you as always. And that'll do it, folks.
action down in the painted area tonight, Greg, with the big man matchup in this one.
Yeah, I love to see skilled bigs dueling down low. Kind of a throwback in some ways, but there's still plenty of physicality in the modern game.
Now a look at Philadelphia's starting lineup. We've got Kelly Oubre. George is out there with Tyrese Maxey. Then there's Gordon, and it's Embiid in at the center position. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Maxey. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
Nice work on the interior. Maxey looks so composed amongst those trees.
Edwards against George. Gobert the screen. They get it back. And finished off by Gobert.
And when he's on the floor, offensive rebounding is always going to be a strength for them.
Greg, he keeps so many possessions alive, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can feel Coach smiling on the sidelines with every offensive board.
And what about the evolution of Tyrese Maxey? Greg, according to him, he's just getting started.
Well, Kevin, I'd have to agree. I mean, he's got some big shoes to fill with James Harden leaving, but each year this guy has just gotten better. And not only has he matched Harden's production in Philadelphia, I think he's exceeded it.
A gifted interior scorer. When Embiid establishes himself down there, he is almost automatic.
DiVincenzo passes to Gobert. Back to DiVincenzo. Gobert with a screen for DiVincenzo. Connects from three-point range.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
Embiid with a screen on McDaniel. George. And it's Paul George with the finish.
And putting his explosive athleticism on full display there. George is capable of some highlight reel dunks.
Now here's DiVincenzo. Over Maxey. Busts the J after the cagey pass fake. DiVincenzo's got 5 now.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game. Obviously, this guy has a talent for scoring, able to problem solve for whatever the defense tosses at him.
DiVincenzo finds Gobert. Gobert with a screen on Maxey. DiVincenzo passes to Randall. Off target from outside. 76ers have gone 4 of 5 from the field so far. No one near Maxey as he lets it fly. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. Timberwolves trail. About 3 minutes gone here in the first quarter.
And he just bangs down the one-hander.
2 very easy points right here. And so it's Maxey with it. He brings it up for Philadelphia. Pass to Embiid. On the wing, George. McDaniels defending. Misses the 3.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
You know, when Rudy Gobert is down low, it strikes fear into the opponent. This is a guy who has led the league in blocks and rebounds at different times. Inside the paint, he is just a nightmare to battle against.
The shot's good from DiVincenzo.
You can't lose a shooter like him on the court. The ball will find its way to him, and he will drill a 3 each time.
The 76ers again can't hit it. Timberwolves leading by 3. Releases. Good for the 5th time in 5 shots. He remains perfect. Philadelphia's gone just 1 of 4 from three-point range here in the first. Pass to Gordon. Will it go? Hits the three-point bomb.
So many of Gordon's shots come from three-point range because he drains so many of them. When you've had his kind of success from beyond the arc, you're always going to have the green light.
Paul George with the steal. Oubre outside. And it's Jaden McDaniels with the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
27 seconds left here in the opening quarter. Embiid sets the pick for Maxey. Just 5 on the clock. And Embiid throws it down.
Now, I understand he's a large human, but the defense has to be better. You can't let Embiid get whatever he wants inside.
Edwards passes to Gobert. In the corner, it's DiVincenzo. Lets it go from the wing. He can't get it to go.
Not that time, but that's a shot that he's going to make more oftentimes than not.
And we will have a timeout called by Nick Nurse. He wants to check in with his team and regroup. And we will have a timeout called by Nick Nurse. Looking for a breather and maybe just one or two things to talk about. The three from George. No good on the last second attempt there. Tie game and some big points being put up on the board. Clark is with... And some good action in the books as we get back to the game that's been pretty close here so far. And guys, what's your take so far on the Timberwolves?
Well, when you control the glass, you control the second chance opportunities on both ends.
And rebounding numbers, sometimes we overlook them, but they can have a big effect on the outcome.
Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniels. Handle out there with Gobert, and it's DiVincenzo in at the point guard. So that's the Timberwolves 5. Now here's Embiid. Pass to Maxey. Back to Embiid. Three-pointer. The three. Good for Embiid.
Just focusing on the task at hand, that's all you can do.
Yeah, when the game is up for grabs like this one has been, it's all about the attention to detail.
Down low. Deflects the pass. And the shot goes in from Rudy Gobert.
This is Rudy in his zone, where his shot is within easy reach.
You know, Greg, when you look at the Timberwolves' history, the first round had been a problem for them. But not last year, as they swept the Phoenix Suns.
And you gotta look at it as being a tremendous success, right? Because going into the season, I don't know that anyone thought they would have made it to the conference finals. But boy, that young group gelled well together, and the sky's the limit for the future.
And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Kevin, thank you very much. Jaden McDaniels has become an X factor for the Wolves. Mike Conley says, we know what he does defensively, but the offense that he can bring for us balances our unit. It's much needed. Guys tend not to think of him as an offensive player, but he does have that in his game. Kevin?
But I love the reference to an X factor. He definitely is that. All right, David, thank you. Now, here's DiVincenzo. After the miss from Tyrese Maxey. No problem knocking that one down. And now it's a three-point Timberwolves lead. And here's George. He'll bring it up for the 76ers. Pass to Embiid. George looking around. There's his third field goal, and now he's made half of his 6 shots.
And with his strength, George is not your average swing player. He can get his in the paint.
And we've got a timeout called from Chris Finch. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team. Quarter 2 and just under 2.5 minutes gone by. Gobert with a screen on George. Here's Edwards. The offensive rebound. And Gobert kicks to McDaniels. Back to Gobert. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. Down to 5 on the shot clock. DiVincenzo finds Randall. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. Outside, George. Embiid with a screen on Edwards. Back to Maxey. Pass to Embiid. A solo fast break. Here's DiVincenzo. The fast break ends at the rim with a jam.
Gotta take care of the ball. They'll punish you if you're that careless.
That's right, and that's severe punishment right there.
An important 2 points, not just on the scoreboard, but also for a little bit of momentum.
And George, here we go. In the hoop for his fourth field goal. 4 for 7 shooting and looking for more. For years, it seemed like the league was going to go smaller. But lately, Greg, it seems like size is back in fashion.
Yeah, I mean, look at the MVP award, right? Centers and Jokic and Embiid winning it recently. Even Giannis, you know, I wouldn't consider him small. And just overall around the NBA, it feels like bigger teams are having more success.
So it's Philadelphia now. After the basket by Minnesota. And George with this stuff.
Punishing the rim there. When George makes up his mind he's going to dunk it, there is not much you can do.
50 seconds left to play here in the second quarter. Near the three-point line, it's DiVincenzo. Not that time. It's off now, shooting 7 of 10 from the floor. Pass to Gordon. Kicks it out to Maxey. And trying for the go-ahead basket. It doesn't go in. The Timberwolves have gone 6 of 10 from the floor here in the second quarter. Edwards passes to Gobert. Angle with the ball. Now defended by Oubre. To the middle. 5 to shoot. For 3, Edwards. Edwards, pure.
And you have to stay up on Edwards out there, which is dangerous because he's so good at going right around you.
And we will have a timeout called by Nick Nurse. He's ready to talk things through with the team. Maxey against Edwards. Right side Maxey. Here's Embiid. It's good. It's going to halftime just yet. Officials signaling they are going to review the tape.
And to me, guys, it looks pretty clear-cut on the instant replay. I mean, the ball was out of his hands in time. I think they'll confirm this one pretty quickly.
And that's it for the first half of action in what's been a very close game here. Timberwolves lead by 2. And we've got more action coming your way after this break. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. Nice game. Great performance by Dante DiVincenzo.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column through 2 quarters? He has been terrific.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
And on the floor for Nick Nurse as we get into the second half. We've got Tyrese Maxey, Oubre out there with Gordon. Then there's Andre Drummond, and it's Lowry in at the 1 spot. And the foul called on Edwards. That's his first foul. Paul George, he's checked in for the 76ers.
Coming off the floor for the 76ers, number 8.
Drummond with a screen on McDaniels. George, and it's all evened up. George has got 12.
And we know George can score from all 3 levels, which is why he's capable of catching fire.
Here's Dillingham. While recovering. Outside Edwards. Paul George with the steal. About 1 minute played here in the second half. And it's Drummond missing.
Fantastic defense, giving full effort.
And now the Timberwolves on the break. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, thank you very much. The Timberwolves have become a rough and rugged team. Swingman Jaden McDaniels said, "We don't let nobody push us around. We're always being physical defensively. I feel like we're a tough team." Super.
And yep, we thought we might see it. And the coach's challenge has been triggered.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
Mike Conley's checked in for the Timberwolves. That free throw good from George.
And you know, George is a tough cover. The length, the range, smooth athlete, very difficult to match up with.
Greg, this is some kind of note. Last year, Minnesota, for just the second time, had ever won a series in the postseason.
Yeah, they've been bounced in the first round, 10 of 12 appearances. But last year's team was different. Their elite defense fueled the conference finals run.
Oh, nice work finding the open man by George. Plays like this prove he's a team player.
Here's Conley. The shot from the low post is good. Conley's got his first points of the game.
Used the pick to perfection and got all the way to the rim.
Pass to Drummond. At the elbow, it's George. Six on the shot clock. Back to Drummond. Puts up a three. That shot, no good.
The defense just giving him the easy look there. He's not going to miss that.
Edwards passes to Reed. Over in the corner, Conley. And the layup is good. Conley's got 4 points this quarter. As we approach the fourth quarter, still anyone's ball game.
Yeah, neither team able to create much of a cushion.
McDaniels against George. And another one in the scoring column for him. He's 7 of 10 from the field.
He is getting everything he wants. The defense is seemingly powerless to slow him down. It's sad.
Conley kicks to Reed. Edwards against George. And stolen by Kyle Lowry. .132 left in the third quarter. And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game. Can't let Lowry get comfortable from beyond the arc because he's more than capable of hurting you from there.
Randall with a screen for Conley. McDaniels gets a wide open look. And that one falls coming off Conley's feet. McDaniels got himself on the board with 3 there. And so George will bring it up for the 76ers. They lead by 1. Pass to Drummond. Back to George. Drummond sets the screen for George. 5 on the clock. Oubre dishes to George. And the 76ers tack on 2 more.
And George, such a confident player. He's also terrific at recognizing when he's in his zone.
Now here is Conley. To the left side wing. McDaniels passes to Randall. And foul on the shot, so he'll get it. And here we go with the coach's challenge. Not surprised in a competitive game like this. And he's disputing.
Now, where the officials can review in closer detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving at. And how fast the action really is, and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
That free throw good from Randall. And the 76ers making a change here. Embiid's checked in. That one falls, so he hits both of them. Now Maxey. He has 5. It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Embiid, no good. Timberwolves have gone 4 for 4 from the field since the halftime break. Terrific start to the third quarter. To the paint, and finished off by Gobert.
Just a textbook lead pass right there, putting it right where it needed to be.
Lowry deciding where to go with it here. Here's Maxey. It's still anybody's game as we've reached the end of 3. Minnesota on top. They lead by 1. And a quick look now at the State Farm assist of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feed.
Serving it up on a platter, that is a beautiful dish. And 2 teammates on the same page, woo.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. They've got Gobert, Nickeil Alexander-Walker out there with Dante DiVincenzo. Then it's Randall, and it's McDaniels in at the 3, the small forward. So that's the lineup for Minnesota. The 3 for DiVincenzo. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. Embiid's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Maxey on the wing. Pass to Martin. That's tipped and stolen by DiVincenzo. Now here's McDaniels. Now recovering. Outside for Randall. Randall, a screen on Martin. DiVincenzo finds Randall. No good with the triple.
And really, for some reason, just not a big part of their offense today. Hard to get into a rhythm when you're getting so few opportunities at the rim.
Here's Maxey. That 3 off the mark.
Gotta find easier shots when you're already struggling. That's not gonna get it.
And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. And that timeout by coach was carefully measured, wanting to make sure that everybody is on the same page here. The Timberwolves making a switch here. Edwards is checked in, and then for Philadelphia, Kelly Oubre's checked in for Caleb Martin. And Georgia subbed in for Kyle Lowry. And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. What do you got for us, DA?
I was able to listen in on what Chris Finch told the team. He asked his team to dig deep. He said, I know you're tired, but they're tired too. It's about who can give more than the other guy at this point. Show me what you can give. Back to you.
All right, thank you, David. Inside. Here's Gobert. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
And if he gets looks that cleanly, Gobert becomes unstoppable. He makes good use of his body and just wills himself to a foul.
Here's George. Game moves along. 2 minutes gone here in the fourth. Outside, Maxey. Clock at 4. The 76ers need to get off a shot, and they turn over the 24-second buzzer, signaling the shot clock violation. Timberwolves have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start the fourth quarter. Up top, DiVincenzo. He's covered by Maxey. DiVincenzo against Maxey. The shot's good from DiVincenzo.
And how about the terrific use of the crossover there to just throw the defender off balance.
Maxey with it. Now defended by Randall. Oubre passes to Maxey. McDaniels against George. Shoots it. Julius Randle with the rebound. Timberwolves leading by 4. Out of bounds. Philadelphia takes possession.
Let's just say they weren't on the same page there. Not sure he was expecting that pass.
Fourth quarter keeps moving right along. 3 minutes gone so far. Maxey looking it over. Oubre sets the screen for Maxey. What a terrific move that was.
Attacking in a big moment. Maxey is not holding back.
Edwards against George. Shoots a fader. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got 6 rebounds in the game. And that's an intentional foul.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
A bit under 3.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth. Oubre sets the screen for George. Oubre, good. Oubre's got it all tied up now for Philadelphia.
With the ability to make plays from the wing, Paul George is a complete offensive player.
Maxey against DiVincenzo. Stolen by Gordon. Here's Maxey. And that won't go, missing the go-ahead bucket. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for Minnesota. It belongs to 7 points here in the fourth quarter. Gobert. And slam dunk by Gobert.
It's Gobert showing some guts on that one. With that win, a good bet to get off a good look in that crucial moment.
Embiid with the screen on McDaniel. The 3 from George. A rebound by the Timberwolves.
I guess even he has to miss one of those once in a while.
I think we'll see them burn the clock a bit here.
Yeah, smart move. Oh, you just love seeing a player with absolutely no fear.
He knew what they needed here and was determined to deliver.
Embiid sets the pick for George. Pass to Embiid. Maxey against Edwards. 6 to shoot. It's in! And he has brought them to within 2 points.
When it comes down to crunch time, Maxey wants the ball in his hands.
Here's Minnesota. And they commit an intentional foul. We'll see another one of those so they can get into the penalty.
That's right. No other option but to foul and hope for some misses.
We've got 13 seconds left in the fourth quarter. First free throw is good, and that makes it a 3-point lead. And so both free throws are good, and it's a 4-point ball game.
Cool, calm, and collected. Say that 3 times fast. He makes them all and puts this game away.
And the 76ers call time here. They're down by 4. Turning here to our analysts, what factors, guys, come to your mind?
Trying to stay alive, they've got to work quickly.
Yeah, no time to waste. They basically have to execute things perfectly from here on out.
And here is DiVincenzo. So it's Minnesota taking the W in a close one. They did. Thank you for that, David. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now.
obviously a point of strength for both of these teams, Brent.
Do you believe, BA, that these guys are coming in and not thinking about that very same thing? These guys want to test each other tonight, and you wonder, whoever gets the best of the other guy, will that elevate the next couple weeks of play for them in terms of their confidence? So a big man battle. Let's keep a close eye on it.
Here are the 5 for the Lakers. Hachimura at power forward with AD in at center. Austin Reeves out there with LeBron James. And it's Reddish in at the 3.
I like the timing, too. Jimmy Butler just bursting off of that pick to get to his shot.
James, a screen on Richardson. Here's Reeves. And he parries his first look.
Sometimes it's simple. Put the ball in the hands of your scorers and let them do what they do best.
Rozier against James. Butler on the wing. Back to Rozier. Pass to Jaquez. Launches it from deep. Rebounded by LeBron.
Maybe a little false confidence there. Not a high percentage shot for him.
Coaches will tell you that's a bad shot, but when your teammates tell you that, you probably got to think about it.
Well, Grant, the Miami Heat are as professionally run as any franchise in this league.
Yeah, and certain numbers point to that. They minimize turnovers, they don't commit cheap fouls, and they hit their free throws. So, in other words, they don't give anything away.
Here's Butler. Here he goes. And he banks in the layup.
Defense just clearing out there as Butler on the drive, playing very physical with the ball.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
I had a chance to talk with the head coach from Miami. I asked Coach what it's like facing LeBron now versus earlier in his career, and he quickly responded, not much. He's still extremely difficult to game plan for. Even at this stage of his career, he remains a dominant force. So limiting his production will be crucial for them in this matchup, guys.
All right, appreciate it, Allie. And the Lakers with possession here. Miami making their last shot. The shot by James, no good. Rozier with it. Picked up by Reeves. Back to Rozier. It's deflected. Here we go, one-on-one. And they're going to count that bucket, and they'll send him to the line. It could be a three-point play.
Strong finish by Hachimura on that play.
Los Angeles shooting their first free throw this game. You know, Grant, after losing in the first round last season, it felt like changes were inevitable for the Lakers.
Yeah, making the playoffs isn't enough for that franchise. They are all about championship success, and anything short of that is a failure.
Here's James. Hachimura up top. Jaquez against James. Shot clock at 5. Inside. Stolen by Rozier. Fires for 3. That's good from Jaquez on the assist by Rozier. Jaquez has got 5 points.
What vision from Rozier there. Seeing his teammate was wide open and making the right pass.
Reddish a screen on Butler. James against Butler. For 3. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. Heat leading by 4. Rozier outside. Pass to Adebayo. Davis with a rebound.
Yeah, that miss might stick with him for a little while. That's kind of a shoot-around jumper if I've ever seen one.
First quarter of play, and just over 3.5 minutes in. James with the ball. Guarded now by Jaquez. James can't get it to go.
I don't think the defense does enough out there to bother him. I think that one's all on him. Just a flat-out miss.
Jaquez no good. Lakers trail by 4. Reeves, the pass to Davis. Butler against James. To the middle. Oh, it's stolen by Butler. And here we go, the Heat fast break. Pass to Jaquez. On the wing, Richardson. Adebayo with it. Here's Rozier. Hachimura covering. Rozier gets the bucket.
And what I love about Rozier is his fearlessness as a scorer. inside, outside, in between. It doesn't matter.
There's 21 seconds left in the first quarter. James, a screen on Richardson. Reeves, the pass to James. Up and over Richardson. The shot by James, no good.
Well, that mid-range, Jay, usually pretty much on the money. Maybe the timing just a little bit off on that one.
Oh, it's stolen by Butler. And that concludes the first quarter of play. Miami out in front, leading by 8. And the second quarter about to get started. We'll be back in a moment. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter of action so far. And a closer look here at the hustle stats for Miami.
Yeah, they're just attacking on defense, getting those hands out and knocking the ball free. I really like their energy defensively.
And they've sort of assumed control of this game with their pressure defensively. They've been into the ball handler. They've done a great job of swarming. So they're creating some turnovers that they're capitalizing on.
Butler out there with Jaime Jaquez. Then it's Bam Adebayo. Then there's Josh Richardson. And it's Rozier in at the point. That's the group in the game for the Heat. It's stolen by James. Jumps up. Freight train coming. LeBron gets to the rim.
A dangerous two-way threat. When LeBron gets a steal, watch out. His first thought is to attack.
Pass to Jaquez. Back to Butler. And here's Jaquez. Shot clock at 6. It's good. Jaquez has got 7 points in the game.
Well, because he's such a good scorer, people don't always talk about Jimmy Butler, the playmaker.
And Grant, the Heat, last season, retiring Udonis Haslam's number 40.
Yeah, he played his entire two-decade career in his hometown of Miami. And for all of his contributions on the court, what he meant to this organization off the floor was just as important.
Well, there's no vacancy down there. Josh Richardson gives no room to the offensive player.
Butler passes to Rozier. Lets the three fly. Rebounded by the Lakers.
He had more than enough room to hit that, just couldn't make it happen.
Hachimura, the pass to James. Reeves with a screen on Butler. James, a good look. Rebounded by Butler.
I admire the play call. They just couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, an efficient offensive possession. They found the look that they wanted, just didn't go in.
Now here's Rozier, and he lays it up and in. Now it's a 7-point Heat lead.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
And we've got a timeout called by J.J. Redick. We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy here. And the Heat making a change here. Jovic is checked in. Second quarter of play with around 2 minutes gone so far. Outside Reeves. James, a screen on Richardson. James inside. Butler covering. That one's good. From James on the assist by Reeves.
Look, with the size and athleticism of LeBron James, it gives you more problems than the math book.
Here's Rozier. Off target at the rim. Lakers trail by 5. Here's Reddish. And he jams it after taking the nice feed on the run.
Now, there are only a few players who can hit a teammate like that in stride. Beautiful assist.
Well, Grant, even though it looks like LeBron could play forever, he stated that he doesn't have much time left.
Well, it's unbelievable that he's sustained this level of excellence for as long as he has. I would be surprised if we see this type of longevity ever again.
LeBron on the go, and he gets it to go. And it's now only a 1-point Heat lead.
Yeah, just making his way through every part of that defense. Drives in, gets contact.
Richardson, count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
Well, that's the kind of passing right there that makes a difference, not just in that possession, but maybe on your play for the entire game.
Now here's Reeves. Pass to Reddish. Good D by Richardson. Here in the second quarter, just under 3.5 minutes played. Adebayo, a screen on James. Jimmy Butler on the attack. Count it. Good. And it's a 5-point Heat lead.
Defense had the right idea there, but maybe not enough time in the weight room. Butler right through that.
James passes to Reeves. Screen by James. Out of bounds. It'll be Heat ball. And we've got a timeout called by J.J. Redick. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. And the Heat with some changes. Highsmith comes in for Butler, and it's Burks in for Rozier. And the Lakers also making a change. Russell's checked in for James. The kick out to Richardson. From deep. Sinks the tray. Richardson's got 5 points now this quarter.
Well, Josh Richardson, a 3 and D guy, and that 3 comes first, so he's going to let it rip.
Outside Russell. It's stolen. Burks against Hachimura. Outside Burks. Adebayo, a screen on Hachimura. Burks passes to Jovic. A chance to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. Here's Reddish, and he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
And that's some athleticism on display as Cam Reddish gets to the rim.
Pass to Adebayo. 2 on the clock. And finished off by Adebayo.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish. And it's good.
The officials will have 2 minutes to review the play.
Hold up. We're not going to halftime just yet. The officials signaling that they are going to take a look at this replay.
While this call may not decide the game, I always prefer to get it right.
The clock runs out, and we are headed to halftime. Heat out in front, up by 8. Stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started. And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast thus far. We're halfway through the game. You gotta like what we're seeing from LeBron James.
Through 2 quarters of play, he's been an excellent source of points.
Yeah, he's shouldering the load right now and looking really comfortable while he's doing it.
And Russell's got the ball here for Los Angeles. Trailing by 8, and so in the game for Los Angeles. Russell and Reeves teaming up in the backcourt. Hachimura at power forward with AD in at center. And it's Reddish in at the 3 slot. Grant, how about that in-season tournament win for the Lakers in 2024?
Yeah, honestly, it just... makes sense that the first of those trophies would land with a historic franchise like the Lakers.
Richardson, the pass to Adebayo. Here's Highsmith. Back to Adebayo. The 3 is up. Davis with a rebound. Davis has got 4 rebounds now. Here's Hachimura. That falls. Nice assist by Russell. Hachimura's got 5.
The D was there, but Hachimura is used to having to score against some aggressive coverage.
stripped away. Down low. Here's Russell. Adebayo grabs the board. Adebayo's got his 5th rebound in this one. Richardson against Hachimura. And here's Richardson. 5 points in the game. Here's Adebayo. Hachimura with a rebound. Adebayo passes to Jovic. Here's Highsmith. Here's Richardson on the take. Oh, and he brings it down with a two-handed jam.
Well, the D can't give Richardson that kind of lane to the basket. He will jump all over any available space.
Reeves, the pass to Davis. Out to Hachimura. Uses the glass on the layup. He has 7.
I like Hachimura on the inside, patience and capitalizing from that tight spot.
Burks for 3. Knocks it down from distance. And the Heat lead by 9.
Slow reaction from the D, and it cost them 3.
Russell with the ball. Still without a bucket. Chalk up 2 there. All right, Brent, in an ideal world, if you're team building and you have the ability to build around a type of superstar, what would that look like for you?
Well, BA, the game has changed so much. We see that the most valuable players now, today, are big wings that can handle the physical rigors of both ends of the floor, playing offense and defense, can have the ball in their hands and create advantage every time they touch the ball, whether they're scoring it or making plays for their teammates. But the biggest factor is this guy has to motivate and ingratiate himself to the rest of the team. Those are true high-level championship caliber players.
Heat leading by 9. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
The NBA wants to ensure that every team has a shot. Commissioner Adam Silver said, "We want parity of opportunity. People aren't interested in seeing teams buy championships, and we've made progress. In the long term, we're better off with more competitive fairness among all of the teams."
That's true. It keeps everything interesting. Thanks, Allie. Here's Reddish, and he makes it on the layup. Reddish has got 6.
And Reddish out there running on the break. That's the best way to reward a teammate for that kind of defensive pressure.
Pass to Jovic. This one for 3. Rebound collected by Anthony Davis. Davis has got his 5th rebound in this one. Hachimura outside. Good. And it's now only a 5-point Miami lead.
In a tight game, they wanted to make sure of that possession.
Despite entering his 30s, Anthony Davis is not slowing down, Grant.
Yeah, BA. And last year, AD put up the best rebounding numbers of his career. And his shooting percentage also very high. And just watching him, Davis is still an all-NBA caliber player, capable of taking over on both ends.
And here's Reeves outside. It's hauled in by the Heat. Adebayo's got his 8th rebound here tonight. Heat leading by 8. Burks passes to Richardson. Reddish against Burks. And so they foul intentionally.
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
And Los Angeles making a change here. Woods checked in. And we've got a timeout called by J.J. Redick. He's going to talk it over with his guys. A big group substitution here for Miami. Bryant, he's checked in for Bam Adebayo. Jaquez comes in for Jovic. Butler's checked in for Richardson. And it's Rozier in for Burks. Vanderbilt's checked in for Los Angeles. LeBron comes in for Reeves. 5 on the clock. And he goes in for the dunk.
The craftiness of Rozier, unpredictable in these screen and rolls, and he uses this to his advantage.
Now 5 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. James passes to Vanderbilt. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. Vanderbilt's got his first points of the game.
Bad idea leaving him open. He needs more defensive attention, not less.
Pass to Butler. Jimmy buckets with the tray.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from three-point range.
Maybe trying to find a little bit more space and ball movement to get guys open at the three-point line.
And And so it's Miami. They lead by 11 as the quarter comes to a close. What has them in front right now, by and large, they're taking great shots. Time for and a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
Well, there's a way to break down the defense with the handle. You can do it with the pass. Prime example of that right there.
And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. We've got Thomas Bryant. Jaime Jaquez out there with Butler. Then it's Terry Rozier. And it's Highsmith in at the shooting guard. That's the group on the floor for Miami.
Did you see LeBron just shrug off that contact there? It's like nothing even hit him.
And a look now at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for the Heat.
What a performance for Beyond the Arc in this game. They stuck to their guns, and it's paid off all game.
Well, they've also put an emphasis on driving inside in this game. The defense hasn't been able to stop them from finding those gaps.
Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So and they want a second opinion on that call. The signal for the coach's challenge has been
slow the action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Incredible feel for the game. LeBron knows when it's his job to set the tone offensively.
Butler passes to Jaquez. To the inside. Bryant outside. Butler with the ball. Now Vanderbilt defending. Nice move. And Butler inside.
And attacking and playing with intensity. Jimmy Butler, a ferocious competitor.
James against Butler. Reddish, a screen on Butler. To the paint. And he slams it in one-handed.
Now, B.A., you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does. Rozier, the pass to Jaquez. Rozier looking around. Back to Jaquez. LeBron with the rebound. Lakers trail by 6. Pass to Vanderbilt. Back to James. Vanderbilt, a screen on Rozier. And Rozier pulls it down. The Heat have gone 1 of 4 since the fourth quarter began. It's going to be on LeBron James. That's his first foul of the game. And there's the call on Christian Wood. That's his first foul. Adebayo's checked in for Miami. Richardson comes in for Highsmith. Anthony Davis, he's checked in for Los Angeles. Hachimura comes in for Vanderbilt. Here's Rozier. And the layup is good off the glass.
And despite the height disadvantage, oh my, he just attacks that interior.
Yeah, no stopping him on that play. Sometimes even the taller defenders are helpless to stop him.
Here's James. No luck on that one. Miami leading by 8. Outside Butler. Adebayo finds Butler. Back to Adebayo, and he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for, and coach doesn't like the call at all. He's opting.
And even with the coach's challenge in place, we've seen so many of these personal foul calls still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Vanderbilt's checked in for Los Angeles. Reeves comes in for Russell. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what J.J. Redick was going over with his team. He ripped into their perimeter game and their energy level, saying to his guys, "You're just running through the motions out there. There's no hustle or desire to chase them off the three-point line or to try to get open looks from deep on the other end." Guys?
Good job there, Allie. Thanks. Vanderbilt, a screen on Butler. Hey, it's James slamming it down.
Sometimes LeBron just likes to take it all out on the rim, that time on display.
Rozier, the pass to Jaquez. Rozier against James. Jaquez with a screen on James. Rozier. And the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way.
Hey, if you can't block it, sending him to the line can be the next best thing.
He hits the first one, and that'll put him up by 9.
And when you look at Rozier, such a fantastic scorer, a gear-shifting, talented guard who continues to improve.
A minute 37 left to play in the fourth quarter. Hachimura with a screen on Butler. It's James with the drive, and it's James with the jam.
Just great offense. The screen freeing him up for the slam.
Hey, without that screen, he doesn't get a clean look at the rim.
Yeah, why settle for the layup when you can attack the rim and rise up like that?
Adebayo with a steal. 1:10 left to play in the fourth. Jaquez finds Butler. There's a screen. Back to Jaquez. Outside for Butler. 4-3. He gets it. He's 7 for 8 and really going at him out there.
Both sides are simply waiting for the clock to make it official. This is going to end up in the books as a nice win for the Heat.
And it was dueling three-pointers all night. A battle they won.
Both teams had the same plan. Win the game on the perimeter. So fun to watch.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for Jimmy Butler.
It felt like there was more than one of him out there tonight. He was involved on every possession, and he made his presence felt in so many ways.
Got to give them respect. They're doing everything they can to close this out.
Love that the guys are staying aggressive late in this ball game, just not wanting to let go of the rope.
Shot is good by Reeves.
And James, another dime that gets dropped, someone that just loves involving his teammates.
No need to shoot. This one is done.
Yes, they've got to be happy with tonight's effort.
Jaquez no good. Now James. Drives to the hoop. From the arc. That's good from Jaquez on the assist by Rozier. And now a timeout called by J.J. Redick. Guys, what do you think?
Too little, too late. Making a change won't save them now.
Well, I'm going to use the cliche here. You can't take your timeouts with you, so they're going to use it.
So no problem for Miami as they get the win. Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. Thank you for joining us.
of attention in this game, that matchup at the guard position. That is going to be special.
Well, that's the point of attack on both ends of the floor, and it's always fun to see skilled and capable guards duel it out. It is like watching a great chess match.
Here are the starters for Los Angeles. The guard pair, it's Harden and Powell. Derek Jones is out there with Kawhi Leonard. And it's Bamba in at the 5 down low. It's Harden with the drive.
Well, with that frame and that power, James Harden leaves no doubt.
Embiid with the screen on Leonard. To the inside. Nice move. And the dunk by Embiid.
He just powered that one.
One of the game's top dunkers. Back to Harden. Going inside. Pass to Leonard. Bamba setting the pick for Leonard. With the shot. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
Well, what makes Kawhi so problematic in the pick and roll? He can do about anything he wants out of it, including keep the basketball.
And, Doris, what's amazing to me, if you look at Kawhi Leonard's production year to year, there's no drop-off.
There's certainly consistency to what Kawhi Leonard does. When he entered the league, he was a defensive force from the outset. And then he built methodically his offensive game. Free throws, post-game, and now range shooting. He is a complete basketball player. James Harden, with the ability that he has both from a smarts, IQ, and skill standpoint, nice drive right there.
Embiid drives in. That falls. Nice feed that time from George. George has got 3 assists in the game. Here's Leonard. Now about 2 minutes gone here in the first quarter. And it's out of bounds. And they say it was last touched by Leonard. The 76ers have gone 4-4 to start. So a nice offensive rhythm to start here. Embiid sets the pick for George. Bamba with the block.
Well, this is one of Bamba's big-time strengths. Send it back, Mo.
Clippers on defense, trailing by 2. George against Leonard. Shot clock at 5. George passes to Embiid, and the dunk by Embiid.
What a scary sight. Joel Embiid with all that momentum taking it to the hoop, looking like a freight train.
Good. Harden's got 6.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
Now, here is George. The 76ers need to get off a shot. Bamba with the block. And here we go. Fast break. Powell's got it. Leonard on the wing. 1:52 left to play in the first. That one's rebounded by Embiid. And here's Embiid. He'll bring it up for the Philadelphia 76ers. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, even with an MVP and Joel Embiid, the Sixers can't be a one-man show. Embiid says, I watch a lot of games and I see what's working. Good basketball means cutting, moving, guys getting off the ball, and it's moving and not sticking. But you need the right guys to execute that system. And I think we've got the right guys. Kevin?
I know you and I agree they do, David. Thank you very much. Recently, Doris, the Clippers have had their most successful stretch in franchise history.
Well, think about it, Kevin. They've only missed the playoffs twice, going all the way back to 2012. They made their first conference finals in team history back in 2021. Not bad for a franchise that had one of the worst win-loss records in league history.
Now Embiid, Kawhi Leonard missing from long range. Embiid with it. Leonard picks him up. Embiid kicks to Maxey. That shot is off. Great D that time from Leonard. On the wing, Harden. defended by George. From deep. And Harden with the basket on the assist from Leonard. Harden's got 9 points.
Well, the pre-shot preparation of James Harden is exceptional. He knows in this instance that as soon as the ball touches his hands, he's got to be ready to fire.
Outside, Maxey. And slam dunk by Maxey.
And that's not nearly the kind of defense that's going to prevent a player of his ability from scoring.
Out of bounds, Philadelphia takes possession.
You know, he should know better. A pass like that is going to wind up as a turnover more often than not.
Here's Embiid. And the last second attempt does not go in for him. A big-time effort for Joel Embiid, providing a lot of energy for Philadelphia. He got... And getting going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
These guys have been so quick off the dribble, finding great lanes to attack and getting themselves to the basket.
I think the other thing they've done a great job of is making their presence felt inside, converting tons of paint opportunities.
So for the Clippers right now, the guard pair, it's Harden and Powell. Kawhi Leonard is out there with Mohamed Bamba. And it's Jones in at the 3 spot. Talk about confidence. Greg, what do you think about Harden's quote from a couple years ago when he said, "I'm not a system player, I am the system"?
Kevin, I laughed when I heard it because most guys couldn't say that. But Harden absolutely can. He's an elite scorer turned elite passer. Your offense has to orbit around him when he's on the floor. Just focusing on the task at hand, that's all you can do.
Boy, the tide is running one way and then shifts back in the other direction. I've lost count of how many lead changes we've had here tonight.
Harden. Jones finds Harden. And the foul on Harden. That is his first foul of the game.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
Jones against Maxey. Pass to Embiid. Outside, George. And stolen by Leonard. Here's Bamba. Some nice passing here by Los Angeles. Leonard against George. Leonard the pass to Harden. And Harden with the stuff.
Well, at this point, James Harden has put his imprint all over this basketball game, and the defense better find a way to figure him out soon.
Oubre, a screen on Leonard. Here's George. And then George with the jam.
And putting his explosive athleticism on full display there. George is capable of some highlight reel dunks.
Harden gets the bucket. Guys, 7 times the lead has changed hands here now.
Yeah, and that number should easily top double figures before it's over.
Gordon, with no one around, gets the three-pointer to fall. Gordon's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. And it's Harden with the ball for the Los Angeles Clippers. Trailing by 2. Pass to Powell. Doris, I know the NBA is considering using technology to help officiate out of bounds and goaltending. Do you have a problem with that?
You know, Kev, at the end of the day, I think it is about getting the calls right. If there's a way to lift the load off these officials, even if it's around the margins, why not try it?
Well, no question. Joel Embiid is page 1 on the scouting report. Maybe page 2 and 3 as well. He is a handful.
Bamba, a screen on Oubre. A 3 from Leonard. Buries it from three-point range.
3 points.
Leonard's got the lead up to 1 now for the Clippers. Here's George, and it's sent back by Leonard.
Boy, just great instincts with great length. Kawhi Leonard, since he entered the league, has been a tremendous defender. Boy, surprised he missed that. The defense just good enough to prevent that bucket.
And it's George missing. For Los Angeles, they've gone 5 of 6 so far from the field in the second quarter, and he commits the intentional foul.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
And Tyronn Lue calls timeout. He wants to talk to his guys. Some changes for Philadelphia. Andre Drummond's checked in for Joel Embiid, and Martin subbed in for Gordon. And the timeout called here by Tyronn Lue. And coach has decided they need a moment to talk things over. For the Clippers, Zubac is... checked in for Mohamed Bamba, and it's P.J. Tucker in for Kawhi Leonard. Closing in on 4 minutes played here in the second quarter. Harden outside. Count it, and he's now 8 of 9 from the floor.
James Harden's ability to finish with either hand, so crafty, understanding how to navigate around defenses when he's in the painted area.
Los Angeles leading by 3. 54 seconds left here in the second. Lead pass was put in just the right spot. Tucker's got his first 2 points.
Oh, that's just superb coordination and balance right there. Tucker's hard to move once he gets the ball inside.
Here's George. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. And folks, the coach's challenge has been initiated for a personal foul. Close game like this, and he thought it wasn't a good call.
And this is the time now where
the officials will have 2 minutes to review the play.
getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
The first free throw is good.
And George is a tough cover. The length, the range, smooth athlete, very difficult to match up with.
Kyle Lowry, he's checked in for the 76ers.
Well, this guy has multiple ways to get to the free throw line, and boy, has his stroke been on the money.
Harden kicks to Jones. Here's Harden on the wing, defended by George. Shot clock at 6. Down low, Zubac, and the dunk by Zubac.
Well, Zubac's always around the rim. You love the quick strike there.
Drummond with a screen on Jones. The shot by George, wide open. Offensive rebound. Oh, and the jam by Drummond.
And guys, I don't know that this is the time for that kind of flair. In a close game, the important thing is to get the 2 points, not necessarily the dramatics.
Oh, come on. He had to go for that, didn't he? My goodness. And so it's the Los Angeles Clippers with their lead standing at 6 points here at the end of the quarter. They're pounding the ball inside, and that's where they've gotten their best production tonight. Back right after this. Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game it's been so far. An exceptional performance so far from James Harden.
You just love the patience in that first half. Waited until he got the look he wanted.
As a coach, you can preach good shot selection, but it's up to the players to execute, and this guy has done just that.
And the timeout called here by Tyronn Lue. He's made... made the decision. He wants to huddle up with his guys. And so it's Harden bringing it up for the Clippers. Oubre out there with Joel Embiid. Then it's George. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Gordon in at the 3 slot. That's Nick Nurse's 5 as we get into the second half. The 76ers trail by 8. And George now top of the key. And then George with the jam.
Oh, yes, sir. PJ making it look easy.
Harden looking it over. A 3 from Leonard. It's good. The assist that time from Harden. Harden's got 4 assists in the game.
And this is what we've come to expect from this guy, right? Not only making a ton of shots, but being efficient while doing so.
It's good. Nice touch there from Maxey. Maxey's got 6.
And with how explosive Maxey is, he's not your average guard in the paint.
Here's Harden. And Harden with the stuff.
Just rubbing it in their faces with that dunk.
He is never going to take his foot off the pedal.
Well, you love that he wants to wear out the defense. What a catalyst for his team. Incredible.
George finds Embiid. 76ers moving the ball around. Oubre sets the screen for Embiid. The rebound by Harden. Los Angeles leading by 9.
And you know, guys, with Embiid on the floor, it's not just about his individual play. He changes everything for everyone on that team. That's how dominant he is. It's not just statistics. His presence alone propels them.
Leonard with the screen on Oubre. Takes the 13-footer. Harden's shot is off.
I didn't see that miss coming. I mean, he's usually been money from that range.
Pass to Embiid. Now Maxey. Covered by Bamba. Maxey attacking. Bamba with the block. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. The NBA chose to extinguish G League Ignite. G League President Sharif Abdul-Rahim says with the changing environment across youth and collegiate basketball, now is the right time to take this step. But Kevin, in its short time, the Ignite produced double-digit draftees. So the experiment was a success.
A huge success, BA. Thank you.
Boy, you better keep the 7-footer Mo Bamba away from the cup. What an easy finish.
Powell with the steal. Maxey against Jones. Back to Harden. Kicks it out to Jones. Clock at 6. Here's Leonard. Leonard finagling one in close.
Such a strong wing. Kawhi can more than handle his own down low.
Oubre, a screen on Leonard. George. And it's Paul George with the finish.
And I gotta say, sort of surprising he goes for a slam that difficult when they're trailing.
But still a magnificent move to the rim. Over to the wing. Bamba wide open and he fires. And it's off from three-point range. The 76ers trail by 11. Embiid inside, guarded by Harden. Embiid sets the pick for Maxey. Embiid against Powell. This is where Embiid wants the ball.
Looming large on the interior. Embiid, hard to deny.
Harden against George. Pass to Powell. And here's Jones. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. Embiid's got his 4th rebound in this one. Here's George. Embiid with it. Jacks up a 3. Embiid knocks it home from distance.
Come on, Joel Embiid. I mean, 7-footers are not supposed to shoot like that.
George against Harden. Outside Leonard. 12 seconds left in the third. And the Clippers miss again.
Well, you're trying to answer the three, but you force up a shot that he would have been better off passing up.
And we will have a timeout called by Nick Nurse. He wants to make some adjustments to the game plan, clearly. And it's Nick Nurse calling timeout here. Wants to talk some things over, might be seeing some things to adjust. And we will have a timeout called by Nick Nurse. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. Here's Maxey. And so it's the Los Angeles Clippers with their lead standing at 6 points here at the end of the quarter. They're feeling very confident, shooting the ball with great efficiency and dictating the pace. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And how about the big fella here showing us he's got some point guard skill here with the tremendous setup.
I'll tell you, in today's game, you want skill and decision-making at every position.
And with 3 quarters behind us, we start the 4th quarter in what is still anybody's ballgame. So with Harden on the bench, here's who Tyronn Lue's going with. They've got Bamba. Dunn is out there with Powell. Then there's Kawhi Leonard. And it's Jones in at the 3. And the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason. I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Right.
That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move on his part.
And the 76ers with some changes. Joel Embiid, he's checked in for Andre Drummond. Oubre comes in for Caleb Martin. And it's Paul George in for Kyle Lowry. And the Clippers with a change here, too. Harden's checked in. Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Well, guys, over the break, I was able to listen to Tyronn Lue's huddle. He told his players, I love the energy right now. You look like you're having fun out there. Keep playing for each other because our chemistry looks great right now. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. And so it's Harden bringing it up for the Clippers. 13 points was their biggest lead in the game, and he makes that one.
Oh, my goodness. What an elusive move by James Harden. Not only the ability to put it on the deck, but the ability to make that shot. That's tough.
Yeah, good job to take it right at the D.
And the timeout called here by Tyronn Lue. He's clearly intent on wanting to lock in and make sure everyone's on the same page. The first one falls. Good on both. Here's Harden. A little over a minute of the 4th quarter gone right now. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Pass to George. And George with the stuff.
Oh, an aggressive move and fantastic finish.
Trying to send a message with that slam, I think. Harden kicks to Leonard. Harden with a screen on Oubre. Leonard attacking. Boring his way right in for the shot. Kawhi.
That's what this coaching staff has encouraged Leonard to do. They want him in attack mode.
Up top, Maxey. Guarded by Powell. Maxey against Powell. Just 5 to shoot. And the rejection by Harden. And that'll be Philadelphia as it goes out of bounds. 76ers retain possession. And here are the 76ers now. 6-point game. And they go to the intentional foul.
That's his first personal foul. Second team foul.
Maxey against Jones. 3 on the clock. Shot clock at 3. It's good. Nice touch there from Maxey.
And Maxey plays with so much energy. That time he wheels that one in off the contact.
Harden against George. Leonard, that's for 2. Good. It's Harden with the assist that time. Harden's got 5 assists in the game. Here's Maxey. Driving inside. And slam dunk by Maxey.
So poised in these situations. Let's see Maxey rise to the occasion and knock that one down.
76ers foul. Kelly Oubre Jr. That's his first personal foul. Second team foul.
And he makes the first.
I think one thing you love about Kawhi Leonard, this guy never gets too high, never gets too low, but he is the ultimate competitor because he competes at the highest level regardless of the situation.
Maxey on the wing. Guarded by Powell. Oubre sets the screen for George. Takes a 3. James Harden with the rebound. Clippers leading by 6. To the middle. And Jones steams it in.
Well, primarily known as a scorer, Kawhi Leonard using his playmaking skills to set up his teammates there.
Oubre, right side. It's good from long range. Oubre's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball.
You have got to respect that about Oubre. He believes in himself even in the tight spots of the game.
Leonard with the screen on George. Harden the pass to Leonard. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And the jam by Harden.
Oh my, James Harden with a statement right there.
The 76ers trail by 7. Maxey with it. Bamba picks him up. Embiid wide open. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
And there is no back down in Joel Embiid. He is ready to rise to the occasion in the big moment.
Leonard with the screen on George. Kicks it out to Jones. It's Harden with the drive. And Harden with the stuff.
One of the best closers in our game. James Harden coming up big.
There's the drive. It drops. And now they trail by just 4.
Not one to turn down a challenge. Maxey, wow.
And so it's Harden bringing it up for the Clippers. Jones finds Harden. And that comes off the assist by Jones.
Well, this is what you're trying to do. Put the game away.
And he hasn't forced much tonight. I love the efficiency he's giving to them.
Maxey passes to Embiid. Back to Maxey. 24 seconds left in the game. From outside the arc. Outside Gordon. For the 3. The Clippers grab the miss. And it's Eric Gordon with the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
That's his second personal foul. Third team foul.
So it's the Clippers now. 6-point lead. A 3 from Leonard. It's off. And so Los Angeles takes the win. A narrow win under... Thank you, David. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast.
Guys, move the basketball, Clark.
Well, they've got two main ingredients. One, you've got to have a system that demands unselfishness, and then you need players that are willing to play unselfishly, and they've got both of those things.
And a look at Minnesota's opening lineup. Ed is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Naz Reid out there with Julius Randle. And it's DiVincenzo in at the 1 spot. And the Lakers have possession following the score by Minnesota. Here's James, and he buries his first look.
He's a potent mix of effort and ability. Hard to shut down a player of his caliber.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
I did briefly speak with J.J. Redick. He was emphatic, saying that Edwards was their main concern, telling me Anthony poses problems on both sides of the ball, and he is relentless. He doesn't let up. He wants his guys to match Edwards' energy.
Okay, thank you, Allie.
I don't think the defense was ready for DiVincenzo to get assertive like that. Dunking right on top of him there. Oops, upside your head.
And when you look at the Lakers, a lot has happened since their championship run in 2020, Clark.
Yeah, it really has, B.A., and I think some of it you have to attribute it to a significant amount of roster turnover. And then you pair that with coaching changes. One of the keys to being successful in anything and at any level and in the NBA, stability, continuity. You've got to have it with your executive management team, coaches, and players. And they've not had that, so the consistency has been hard to find.
Now here's DiVincenzo. For 3, Randle hits the trifecta.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets 3, you fire 3 of your own. Boom. Well, you know, he's not a guy that's just going to settle for pulling up. When he has an opportunity, he's going to take it strong to the hoop.
Reid sets a screen. Pass to Edwards. The shot, no good. Davis with the defensive effort. James against Randle. Back to James. And he drives in. And slam dunk by James.
Tell you what, just add that one to the highlight reel. James is truly one of the greatest slam dunkers of all time.
DiVincenzo driving. Reid finds DiVincenzo. Now here's Edwards. Reid for 3. James with the rebound. And so it's James with it. He brings it up for the Los Angeles Lakers. And now the T-Wolves on the break. James against Edwards. And there's a 3-second violation.
Lakers ball.
The Lakers in the lead. Clark, what's incredible about LeBron? He makes as big of an impact off the court as he does on it.
B.A., I think it's going to be one of the great case studies when he's all done playing. How he's impacted the game and uplifted people across the country and world. He's a tremendous advocate for social justice. He's obviously a shrewd and successful businessman, and he's been a vocal leader who also leads by example. He's actually epitomizing the change he'd like to see in other folks and inspiring along the way.
And it's James with the jam.
Speed and power and the ability to finish with both hands make LeBron James's drives deadly.
And the basket by Edwards.
And he gives up some size inside, but makes a great adjustment on the finish.
Yeah, you know, with that size difference, that's not an easy shot. I mean, I don't care how close to the rim he is, that's a tough shot.
Now, here is James. Give him 8. Reddish a screen on McDaniels. Jacks up a 3. James can't get it to go.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
DiVincenzo against James. To the wing, right side. Outside Edwards. 6 to shoot. Back to Reid. The Timberwolves need to get off a shot here. Hachimura with the ball. Randle's in his pocket. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. Outside Reid. We've got 33 seconds left in the first quarter. Pass to Randle. Back to Reid. DiVincenzo on the wing. Over to the wing. Three-pointer. Reed can't hit. Los Angeles has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
James against Edwards. Pass to Reed. Shoots over Davis. Another miss by Minnesota. And so it's LeBron James making things happen for... And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. What do you guys think about Los Angeles here in this one?
Well, their offense is clicking so far, capturing the momentum here early on.
Yeah, you know, I agree. No warm-up needed. They came in on fire and have already built a nice lead.
On the court for the Timberwolves. Ant is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Julius Randle out there with Naz Reid. And it's DiVincenzo in at the point. Timberwolves trail by 6. Clark with Minnesota being a major player in the West now. Wolves Nation is howling.
Howling and growling, B.A. That's the name of their fan base. And yeah, they're excited. And for good reason. Not only is this team competitive, but they can be downright dominant at times, especially at the defensive end of the floor. Easy group to cheer for.
The Lakers lead by 6. Reddish a screen on McDaniels. James against McDaniels. James deciding where to go with it. Just 5 to shoot. Reddish passes to James. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. Quarter number 2 and about a minute in. The drive by DiVincenzo. James with the rebound. James has got 4 rebounds now. Freight train coming! LeBron gets to the rim.
Yet another stellar night for LeBron offensively so far. In some ways, he's just unstoppable.
We're about a minute and a half into the second quarter now. It's stolen by James. Davis, the pass to James. And stolen by Edwards. And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Well, the Timberwolves are one of the biggest teams in the association, and Coach Chris Finch said, quote, "That's how we're built. It's part of our identity. That's what we have to lean into. We want to be big at the rim and force our size on opponents." Brian, he loves to see other teams hesitant to venture into the paint.
Hearing footsteps, right? Allie, thanks.
Couldn't quite line that one up. Just got to shake it off and move on to the next one.
And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, B.A. Not sure what got into him.
And Chris Finch calls timeout here. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan. Well, despite the effort to create super teams, the league has a lot of parity right now, Grant.
It really does, and I like it. It's not quite like the 80s Celtics and Lakers or the 90s Bulls, partly because of the salary cap. It's so hard to pay more than 2, maybe 3 stars at a time.
Now here's Reddish. Classic move by LeBron James.
You can really feel the momentum swinging in their direction.
You know, they need to stay aggressive here. Build the lead up while they've got the chance. Don't waste this opportunity.
Here's Reed, and it's blocked by Davis.
You don't know exactly where Davis is. He's going to deny your shot, so you got to be aware of his presence.
And Edwards the bucket on the assist by McDaniels. And we're just over 2.5 minutes into the second. Reddish a screen on McDaniels. James passes to Reddish. Back to James. Here comes LeBron. And there it is for him. James has got 18.
Fighting through contact. Not easy trying to corral LeBron when he's focused on scoring. Good luck with that.
Clark, it's special getting to call LeBron James games. How is the King still doing this at this age?
BA, I think there are guys that come along every 30, 40 years that are just different than other guys, other players. And he's in that category. One of the all-time greats. And he's just been remarkable. Certainly DNA has a role in his longevity and excellence, but you got to give him a ton of credit. He's committed to being at a high level for a long time, and it's remarkable to watch him do what he's doing at this age.
Here's Edwards, following the score by Los Angeles. Edwards, so good inside.
A composed and cool effort from Edwards inside, not rushing himself or forcing a bad shot, taking what's available.
And there's James from the arc. Reed with the rebound. Timberwolves trail by 10. McDaniels passes to Randall. DiVincenzo on the wing. Reddish covering. Launches a three. DiVincenzo can't hit.
Tell you what, the defense was lucky there. I mean, leave him that open from range, he'll typically knock it down.
Reeves, the pass to James. Oh, and Reed with a block. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Back to Edwards. Randall, a screen on James. To the middle. Randall inside. He's covered by Reeves. McDaniels passes to Randall. And it's Randall with the jam.
Boy, what a throwdown by the well-built 6'9" Julius Randle with power.
James up top. And James throws it down.
And this kind of six slam is just one of the reasons this team is in charge of this game right now, BA.
You know, there's an edge the way they played and a confidence they're not afraid to show.
Boy, and I used to love going up and jamming it down like that guy.
And so we've reached the end of the first half of play. It's Los Angeles. They're up by 10. And don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3. Well, for those just tuning in, thanks for being with us. Second half of this game still to play. You know, LeBron James has been exceptional here, guys.
And in the first half, he dominated in the post. He got the looks he wanted and was able to execute.
Yeah, you know what? I think he's doing exactly what he has to do. Using his body, shaking off contact, and then finishing at the rim.
Los Angeles leading by 10. You know, Clark, with the Lakers, at times it is hard to maintain a sense of continuity.
Boy, it sure is, B.A. I mean, there's always pressure to improve or be at your best, but even more so when you're playing in the glitz and glamour of L.A. and all that history. And because of that, sometimes it can lead to high team turnover when you're playing for the Lakers.
Russell and Reeves teaming up in the backcourt. Hachimura at power forward with AD in at center. And it's Reddish in at the small forward position. That's the Laker 5. Russell against Conley. Gobert. Second chance shot. Oh, it's blocked. It deflects off the backboard. Fast break. Here come the Lakers. Here's Hachimura. And it's slammed in by Hachimura.
Transition basketball, the most reliable way to generate easy looks.
Yep, exactly. And if there's any opportunity for early offense, you've got to push it and push it every time.
Gobert passes to Alexander Walker. Inside. Here's Conley. Some solid defense from Russell.
It does not get much easier than that, but somehow he came up empty there.
Nice shot by DiVincenzo.
Sweet shooting from DiVincenzo. Really comfortable getting that shot up quickly.
And so it's Russell with it. He brings it up for the Lakers. Third quarter of basketball. We're about a minute and a half in. Reeves, the pass to Russell. Three-pointer, no good.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Randall outside. Conley against Reddish. Fires the three. And the Timberwolves hit again from deep.
Nice, sweet lefty stroke from Mike Conley. Has really worked on that part of his game.
Russell, the pass to Davis. Outside for Russell. Banked it in off the glass. Russell's gotten 4 this quarter.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
You know, he should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
Gobert with a screen on Russell. The shot by Conley, no good. Los Angeles leading by 10. Outside Davis. Outside Reeves. Second shot opportunity. And that's 2 points on the layup. Reeves has got 5 points.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on.
That's tipped. Out left to the wing. Davis with a screen on Randall. Back to Davis. Randall pulls down the board. Timberwolves trail by 12.
You know, a reliable veteran like Julius Randle is so valuable. He provides a foundation for everyone else to play off of because they know he'll be there to score and help out. He makes it easier for other players to succeed around him.
And here we go, the Timberwolves on the run. And it's Randall with the jam.
Oh, Randall put some extra on that slam, entertaining the fans and the broadcasters.
To the inside. And there's Russell on the assist by Reeves. He has 6.
Seems to have a knack for hitting guys in their spots. His vision, excellent.
Conley looking for an opening. Clock at 6. Gobert with a screen on Russell. To the paint. Oh, ferocious from Gobert.
Excellent mobility right there. I like when Gobert rolls to the rim with that aggression.
Here's Russell. It's rebounded by Minnesota. Randall's got 4 rebounds in the game. Here's Conley. Good on the shot, and that shaves the lead to single digits. Conley's got 5 points now in the quarter. There's 37 seconds left to play in the third quarter of basketball. Here's Reddish. That falls. Nice assist by Russell.
Sensational ball movement there. When you pass the ball like that, good things happen.
Pass to Randall. Down low. On the break. It's rebounded by Minnesota. Outside Conley. Here's Gobert. Using the size. Gobert.
Nice switch up. Already into his shot motion, he kicks it to another shooter.
And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. For 3, James. And it's in! Oh! Nails the buzzer beater! Are you kidding?
Buzzer beating backbreaker. That pushes the lead to double digits going into the final period.
And so it's the Los Angeles Lakers. They lead by... And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. Timberwolves trail by 11. On the court for Minnesota. Ant is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Naz Reid out there with Julius Randle. And it's DiVincenzo in at the point.
Boy, he's a wrecking ball on offense. Randle, so good at finishing inside.
And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it.
First team foul.
Here's James. Russell deciding where to go with it. Back to James. 6 on the shot clock. Over McDaniels. Oh, and there's the whistle on the and they've stopped the action here. They're using their coach.
Action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what J.J. Redick was going over with his team. He said to his guys, this one is not over yet. You have worked hard for this lead, and we are not about to give it up now. Stay focused and keep hustling. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that, Allie.
Good find that time by DiVincenzo, an unselfish player always looking to make the extra pass.
Outside Reddish. Lets it go from deep. Minnesota with a rebound. Reed's got 4 rebounds now. Reddish against Edwards. And he converts the layup.
Can't ask for a better look with the game in the balance.
Los Angeles leading by 6. Fourth quarter now. We're about a minute and a half in. Outside Russell. James, a screen on Edwards. Here's Russell. Randall pulls down the board. Randall's got his 5th rebound in this one. DiVincenzo on the wing. Reddish covering. DiVincenzo, pass to Edwards. Shot clock at 6. Randall against Russell. Edwards for 3. Anthony Edwards rains one in.
They're making smart adjustments, setting guys up for success.
It's certainly been an impressive run. They finally found the right formula to break down the defense.
And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. He clearly wants to talk it over and make sure everyone is focused. Some changes for Los Angeles. Davis, he's checked in for Christian Wood, and Austin Reeves is subbed in for Russell. Here's James. James, a screen on Randall. Hachimura finds James over McDaniels. And again, the Lakers, no good. Now the Timberwolves with it. They're on a 10-2 run here. DiVincenzo, pass to Randall. Reed, a screen on Reddish. For 3, Randall. Rebound collected by Anthony Davis. Davis has got his 6th rebound on the night. Reeves, the pass to James. And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it.
Goes up off the inbound.
Yeah, good anticipation helps Edwards see the shot forming. Then his speed gets him there for the block.
James, outside. LeBron gets the bucket inside.
And you know, we've come to expect this from LeBron James, guys. I mean, when his team needs a bucket, he rises to the occasion.
DiVincenzo, the pass to Edwards. Let's go with a 3. And that bucket makes him 6 for 10 in the contest.
Oh, in pressure moments, he's a guy you trust to make big shots.
James against McDaniels. They get the rebound. Davis. Pass to James. Not sure why he committed the intentional foul. No purpose.
I think everyone's a little confused, but weird plays happen.
A look at the clock. A little under 3.5 minutes gone by in the 4th. Minnesota has gotten 3 threes to fall out of 4 attempts here in the 4th. James against Randall. Outside, DiVincenzo. Just 4 to shoot. to tie it up. And there are the Timberwolves with another bucket.
Calm when it counts. Randall has that clutch DNA.
James against McDaniels. Reddish, a screen on McDaniels. James. Yes!
Well, they're having major trouble dealing with LeBron.
54 seconds left in the final quarter. Randall against Hachimura. The kick out to Edwards. Pass to DiVincenzo. Shot clock at 5. Lets it fly. He connects! A huge shot to tie it up.
Great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
Cool, calm, collected, and confident in the biggest moment of the game? Yes.
7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock.
Hey, you have to have pity for the defense right there.
And with this game coming down to the wire, they're quick to use their coach.
And even with the coach's challenge in place, we've seen so many of these personal foul calls still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
And no good, as the first free throw misses. We'll see if he can hit the second. And the second of 2 is good, and that gives them a lead.
They're ahead for now, but that miss could come back to bite them.
Reed, a screen on James. Reddish against DiVincenzo. Pass to Reed. No good! And an intentional foul there stops the clock.
And a smart choice right there. I mean, you can't allow them to just drain the clock.
No, you got to foul. I mean, it's going to come down to free throws here. Foul right away.
And he's able to hit the second one, and that'll put him up 2. And Chris Finch has called timeout. And Coach didn't want to take any chances in this situation, which is why he called the TO. All right, thoughts on what Coach is going to do here?
I think you attack the rim here, get the ball close to the goal, and that way, even if you miss, you might have a chance for the putback.
Of coaching teams with a lot of veterans, a lot of experience.
Kevin, how much time do we have? I mean, do we have time to do a whole podcast? I mean, it's everything. They know more about the game. They're smarter. They've seen it all. They have developed a professionalism and a mental toughness. They've been through every situation. I could go on and on.
And there's that fine line between being too weighted in that direction and not having the kind of skilled players, the youth, that can drive that engine.
Yeah, I think having a good mix of youth and veterans is very important to teams.
Here are the five for the Clippers. The guard pair, it's Harden and Powell. Kawhi Leonard is out there with Jones, and it's Bamba in at the center position. Greg, looking back to last season, the Clippers had one red-hot stretch.
That's right. They went on a 26-5 run between December and February. It finally showed how dangerous that team could be when healthy.
And Eric Spoelstra, the head coach of the Miami Heat, receiving a record 8-year, $120 million extension. Greg, that's some big dough.
Is it ever? And remains coaching for the only NBA franchise he's ever worked for. Already one of the most tenured head coaches in the association, and that figures to continue for a while.
Here's Butler, and slam dunk by Butler.
And everything Butler does, he does with a bang, including those 2 points.
Al Harden, left side Leonard. And he tried it. It's a great finish.
Oh, my.
And throw it down.
Oh, wow, what a great move inside.
That is incredible.
Wow, and that sort of showmanship is just deflating right now to a team trying to get back into a game like this.
Ouch, Greg, that is definitely an emphasis jam. A big apostrophe or exclamation point, maybe even a question mark. Here's Highsmith. They grabbed their own miss, and an intentional foul right there.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
And about 2 minutes played here in the first quarter. Heat moving the ball around. Adebayo with this screen on Hart. 5 on the clock. Stolen by Bamba.
Well, that's why it's so important to seal off those passing lanes inside. Make them earn points in the paint.
And you gotta love how hard Leonard works to support the team. He's right where they need him to finish there on that break.
Harden sets the pick for Leonard. Here he comes, the rafters. He punched it in.
Are you kidding me?
Wow, we are going to remember that one for a while.
I know I will, Greg. That was special. That was really special.
Given the size disadvantage, you have to have a lot of confidence to take that shot.
Yeah, a skilled player can work around the mismatch. He's used to dealing with larger guys.
Pass to Bamba. And Leonard has it in the corner. Harden with it. Outside Leonard. A floater. He's 4 for 6 from the field with that miss. The Heat trail by 7. People like to debate, and Greg, I don't know if this is you, what's better, Kawhi's defense or his offense?
Well, Kevin, I'll say this. Even if he was a subpar defender, his offense alone would have him among the league's top players. But his defense isn't subpar. At its best, it's elite.
Leonard looking around. Back to Harden. Leonard sets a screen for Harden. Count that bucket. Harden's got 5 points so far.
And for Harden, finishing through contact is just part of the job description. He gets bodied up almost every time he takes.
And here we go, coach's challenge happening right now. This one in regards to the personal foul, seeing if that was the right call.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is...
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
No stopping him there. Jams it in as he's fouled. Chance now for a three-point play. It's on Jimmy Butler.
And we know about Harden's scoring abilities, but his team heavily relies on that vision and playmaking as well.
No one near Rozier as he lets it fly. That's in, coming off an assist from Adebayo.
Well, he saw the defender back, and he got the look he liked from three and capitalized.
Harden against Butler. Leonard attacking, scored the bucket. He's made 5 so far, shooting a very clean 5 of 7.
That's what this coaching staff has encouraged Leonard to do. They want him in attack mode.
It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Rozier the pass to Adebayo. Richardson up top, guarded by Powell. Here's Highsmith. And again, Miami with the triple. Six seconds left to play in the first quarter. And Joanne Lou calls timeout. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline.
Kevin Porter Jr.
Leonard with no... Oh, and the buzzer beater's good.
One eye on the rim, one eye on the clock. Nice job.
Well, it's good to have a player on the...
No shortage of scoring here at the end of the first quarter. Clippers lead by 7. And we'll get things started in the second quarter when we return. And if you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter in this one. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the Clippers.
Well, yeah. Early on, the mid-range jumpers have been an important part of their attack. They're going old school.
And also, guys, they're playing for one another right now. All those extra passes are leading to easy buckets.
Josh Richardson out there with Terry Rozier. Then it's Bam Adebayo. Then there's Jimmy Butler. And it's Highsmith in at the power forward. So that's who Miami starts the second with. Powell kicks to Bamba. Bangs home the trifecta. Bamba's got the lead up to 10 now for the Clippers. Greg, you look at today's point guards. So many different types that can be effective.
And there's a lot more freedom for point guards to kind of explore the parameters.
And it's a great finish!
Oh, my.
And Kevin, even though they're down, he's still looking to do the spectacular, and he did.
Well, maybe this is the best time to do it. Los Angeles leading by 8. And stolen by Butler.
Just waiting for a chance to make a play, and when the pass was made, he's all over it. Just a fantastic steal.
Good ball movement here by Miami. Adebayo passes to Butler. Adebayo with a screen on Leonard. And slam dunk by Butler.
And once he gets clear off the screen, there is no stopping him.
No, not when there's a flush waiting to happen.
Well, give credit to the screener there. That's how you help free up your teammates.
And he can do a lot more damage to the rim than that when he wants to.
Oh, you're right. Oh, and with the lead they're enjoying, I'm surprised he didn't put a little something extra on that one. Harden kicks to Leonard. Rozier against Harden. Highsmith grabs the miss.
And typically he has the touch to finish when he's in tight, but not sure on that possession.
So, Stan, you can talk about this. We always hear about heat culture, the Miami franchise, from top to bottom. Everybody is all in and focused in one direction, aren't they?
Yeah, Kevin, I think that is the greatest strength the Heat have had as an organization, is they are all on the same page. And I think they've done it in large part because they have great continuity. If you just look up and down their staff, guys have been there forever. And that allows them to have a very consistent culture.
And teams have tried to copy that, and it's been very hard, hasn't it?
Well, it's been hard because the part they leave out is the consistency part. You can't build that kind of culture when you're making changes with your coaching staff and your front office every 2 to 3 years.
Beautiful stroke on the three ball. Harden is a lights-out shooter from this area.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Kevin, thanks. A move that likely helped the league's parity has been shortening max contract lengths. Commissioner Silver says, we used to refer to it as dead money, a star player toward those end years sitting on the bench. We've reduced max contracts to 5 years, and in some cases 6. This way, it moves to more pay for performance. Kevin?
I think, DA, that's a pretty good business decision. It's going to have nice ramifications. Three-pointer, Butler nails it from deep. Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, you can't give Butler any room off that screen. Once he has that, you know he's going to let it fly.
And the foul on Josh Richardson. That's his first foul.
Second team foul.
Here's Harden. 8 points for him. Crafty move, and it's good on the layup. Harden's got 10 points.
And when Harden's this close, he looks to score. Love his mentality.
Adebayo with a screen for Rozier. Adebayo passes to Rozier. Over Harden. And it's Rozier missing.
Well, that's a miss you can live with. I expect they'll go to it again, especially if the defense continues to concede it.
Pass to Leonard. Inside, here's Bamba. His second shot goes in, off to a good start, 2 for 2.
And the closer to the basket Bamba is, the more effective he is. Outstanding at using his size inside.
Yeah, so skilled offensively. Getting the ball in his hands is generally a good idea.
Here's Harden. Kicks it out to Jones. Out to the wing. Bamba with it, and it's Richardson picking him up. Jones, the pass to Pop. 6 to shoot. Here's Leonard. And Adebayo sends it back.
And got to be careful shooting around Adebayo. An athletic big man who gets up as fast as anybody to block shots.
And here's Rozier. He brings it up for Miami. Trailing here by 8. Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. And the jam by Harden.
An offensive juggernaut. It's fun watching Harden go out and just take over.
Butler from outside. Looks good, is good. That's his 7th basket in 12 tries. 17 seconds left in the first half of basketball. Butler against Harden. To the paint. Outside Leonard. And no good on the last second attempt this time. And that concludes the first half. Clippers ahead, leading by 7. And now, thanks, David. And we'll be back shortly following halftime to get the third quarter underway.
Please bring your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Give me a beat. They're thinking about the shot.
We played through the first half. Plenty of basketball, though, left in this one. We are seeing a tremendous game from Jimmy Butler.
His play so far is what fans love about him. He has gone right at the defense time and time again.
Yeah, He hasn't been settling. He's getting to the rim, and that's him at his best.
So with Harden on the bench, here's who Tyronn Lue's going with. They've got Mohamed Bamba. Kevin Porter is out there with Norman Powell. Then it's P.J. Tucker. And it's Jones in at the small forward position. Shot clock at 3. Bamba wide open, and he fires. Off target from three-point range. The Heat trail by 7. They stand from 15 feet in. Not many players more dangerous in this NBA than Bam Adebayo.
No, there's not, Kevin. He's got the total package when he gets in the mid-range area on down. He can shoot the mid-range jumper above the rim to finish. He can score with his back to the basket, and he's an outstanding passer.
We haven't even mentioned his defense, right? Because his defense is off the charts.
Always an all-defense consideration.
And slam dunk by Butler.
Just great intensity there. Butler just doesn't settle for simple finishes off the drive. He is trying to make a statement.
Porter looking it over. Down low, Hawkins with the steal. And here's the fast break. Richardson leading the way. So it's Richardson with the jam.
Gotta take care of the ball. They'll punish you if you're that careless.
That's right, and that's severe punishment right there.
Well, as a coach, turnovers will drive you nuts, but sometimes that happens when you're aggressive. So there's a balance.
When he's going, KPJ is a deadly offensive player. Can beat you in so many ways, including off the bounce.
That bucket in no time at all. Rozier's got 5 points now in the quarter.
And some kind of switch must have been flipped at halftime because both teams are getting after it.
Yeah, and you can feel the pace picking up in this second half. Both teams have dialed up the intensity.
To the middle. Good, and Butler gets the assist. Rozier's got the game tied up here for Miami.
Boy, you can see their confidence growing. They have reason to believe.
Yeah, they're in this one. They have some momentum on their side, and they just need to keep up the intensity.
Porter inside. Richardson covering. They get the rebound. And timeout is called by Eric Spoelstra. He wants to regroup and go over the strategy. Changes here for the Heat. Thomas Bryant, he's checked in for Adebayo. Robinson comes in for Butler. And Alec Burks subbed in for Rozier. And then for the Clippers, Leonard, he's checked in for Bamba. Dunn comes in for Jones. And it's James Harden in for Kevin Porter. Here's Burks. Robinson finds Bryant. Back to Hawkins. The Heat need to get a shot off. Robinson, that's good. This league stand is so deep with talent. Are there any players who you think get overlooked in the conversation?
That's a great question, Kevin. I mean, there are some guys who I think get underrated because they play with other guys who are so talented and draw the attention. One guy that I have really seen lately that I think has been better than people think is Grayson Allen, the best three-point shooter or one of the best three-point shooters in the NBA and a very underrated defender.
And he's evolving, isn't he? Looks like he's working on other parts of his game, but he's always been able to shoot, which has been his calling card.
And he's a much more athletic guy than people give him credit for.
Harden against Richardson. Pass to Leonard. They need this. Kawhi with the flush.
This is how dominant Leonard can be. And once he finds his comfort zone, he keeps his foot on the gas.
Burks kicks to Robinson. Outside Bryant. Robinson passes to Bryant. On its way from Burks for two. The Clippers grab the miss.
When the defense is playing off you like that, you want to be able to convert, but that time he just couldn't get it done.
Leonard dishes to Tucker. Here's Harden. The rebound by Bryant. Miami leading by 3. Here's Robinson. Bryant a screen on Powell. Here's Richardson. Here's Bryant. They shoot again, and Bryant throws it down.
Super work on the boards. Boy, they really want to put their foot down on him now.
Yeah, and once you've got him on the ropes, Greg, just keep swinging away.
Yeah, this is the spot where coaches want you to be relentless. Don't even give them a glimpse of hope.
And Tyronn Lue calls timeout. And coach has decided they need a moment to talk things over. It could go, and we've reached the end of the third. Heat out front as they end. 3/10 quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the fourth. Miami leading by 5. Robinson on the wing. He's joined by Butler. Then there's Terry Rozier. Then it's Bam Adebayo. And it's Highsmith in at the 4 slot. That's the group on the floor for Miami. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
And what's remarkable is how complete Harden's game is. Making shots or making passes, he can create points in a number of ways.
Richardson, he's checked in for Duncan Robinson.
Listen, they're still right in this thing. Missing that free throw, though, keeps this a 2-possession deficit.
Here's Butler. Stuffs it down, Jimmy Butler.
And he's never been shy about asserting his dominance. This is classic Jimmy Butler play so far.
They blow the whistle just as he gets it off. That's 2 points with a chance for another one at the stripe. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Heat.
Well, they've been absolutely on fire from deep. And until the defense offers more resistance, the coaches are going to keep encouraging them to let it fly.
And another thing, the defense didn't clog the lanes. They took full advantage with their ability to attack the paint on a lot of those possessions.
That is fantastic defense on one of the best three-point shooters in the league. Didn't give him an inch of room.
Back to Harden. Pass to Tucker. Over Butler. Tucker can't get it to go.
And I'm sure next time he sits down, coach is going to have a few choice words for him with that shot selection.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't the shot they were looking for. You got to keep the ball moving in that situation. Putting that pass right in his stride, didn't have to slow up, and was able to complete the play.
You love the pressure he's putting on them. Almost had that steal.
Yeah, deflections are a stat that a lot of teams track, disrupting the offense's rhythm and flow.
And the jam by Harden.
Oh, get up, James. Talk about a guy who scores from all 3 levels.
Adebayo the screen. In the corner, it's Richardson. Outside, Rozier. Shot clock at 6. Relentless inside, Butler.
Strong move by Butler, making sure that was a quality possession.
And Tyronn Lue calls time. Timeout. And clearly an important juncture. He's going to have some choice words with his team. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Hey, Kevin, during that last break, I heard Tyronn Lue as he talked with the team. Now, he reminded his team, keep looking for the deep ball. If the three is there, take it. We've done a good job getting those looks, so keep taking them. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. Bamba is checked in for the Clippers. Derek Jones comes in for Dunn. So Rozier will bring it up for the Miami Heat. It's a three-point game. Highsmith the pass to Richardson. Pass to Adebayo. And Adebayo throws it down.
Don't take your eyes off Bam. When he comes off the floor, he gets up and the slams are just too good to miss.
And that one's good, Leonard.
And that's right in his wheelhouse, looking to make an impact when it counts.
Well, you know this is when they lean on him, and he delivers with a much-needed score.
And here is Butler. Pass to Adebayo. Here's Highsmith. Right side, Butler. Oh, and the jam by Butler.
And Butler, no stranger to these pressure situations. A big-time gamer who knows how to take over on key possessions.
Harden against Butler. It's Harden with the drive. It's hauled in by the Heat. Adebayo's got rebound number 10 tonight with that last one. Rozier looking around. Driving in. Jams it in off the great move.
And this team relies on Rozier's decision-making and using the pick there to create a shot for himself.
Outside, Jones. Up and in on the layup.
And you want him taking big shots for you in big moments. That one was as easy as it gets.
Well, with him, he's dangerous because he's so confident. He wants to deliver in these moments.
Here's Highsmith, guarded by Powell, and he jams it with authority.
Well, he can play the four because he gets off the ground so well. To the inside. Here's Bamba. Good! Oh, and that cuts the lead to just 5.
He's showing he wants to be the man. Bamba has the hunger to step up in those big moments.
Now, here's Rozier. Pass to Adebayo. Here's Highsmith from the arc. Hands it from downtown. Highsmith's got the lead up to 8 now for the Heat.
Well, credit them for maintaining that aggression, even being up this much.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, just protect the ball, make smart decisions, don't give them a chance to get back in the game.
A 3 from Leonard. Rebound by the Heat.
from this guard matchup.
These guys are lethal one-on-one, but I think the key is to keep their teammates involved, playing unselfish basketball.
So the opening lineup for the Timberwolves. Ant is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle. And it's DiVincenzo in at the 1.
I think we can say that shot is well within his range.
Yeah, let's hope so. So it's Philadelphia now, after the Timberwolves picking up a basket a moment ago. Edwards, the pass to McDaniels. Edwards against George. Pass to DiVincenzo. Lets it fly. Rebound by the 76ers.
And usually that's a bucket for him, but look, nobody's perfect in the mid-range.
Oubre passes to George. It's not going to go that time. Randle with some nice D. And here's Oubre from the arc. Knocks down the triple.
Oh, great. Look provided by Embiid. The big man just dropping dimes.
And Grant, I know you played a part in Embiid's decision to join Team USA.
Yeah, B.A., I spent a lot of time talking to Joel Embiid and convincing him to play for us in the U.S. men's national team.
Edwards looking it over. And he's going for the oop here. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
I mean, how do you stop Gobert on a slam? He's too big, rising up too fast. There's really nothing you can do.
George outside. And the jam by George.
And one move ahead of the defense. A solid pick.
And then the monster dunk to complete the play. Well done.
Well, great chemistry on display. He understood where to put the screen in order to free up his teammate.
DiVincenzo can't hit.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
And here's Gordon from the arc. Drops in the 3.
Smart pass from the quick thinking Maxey. Outstanding at finding uncovered teammates.
It's Edwards with a drive. And Edwards slams it in.
He slams it home and gets some extra camera time chilling on the rim.
Yeah, he did spend a little time up there. Oh, my goodness!
Did you see that?
Bring it out the hammer!
Now that's how you finish.
Getting up and then throwing it down.
Oh, that was a big hammer right there. DiVincenzo, the pass to Randle. Back to DiVincenzo. Clock at 6. Picked by Gobert from behind the arc. And DiVincenzo hits from deep. DiVincenzo's got 5 now.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Well, the Timberwolves, no doubt, a team to be reckoned with. Coach Chris Finch said, we come in every single night and compete. No matter what the circumstances are, we expect to win. We root for each other, so I feel like we have all the makings of a tough team.
And they have reason to be confident, Allie. Thank you.
Defense looks helpless against Embiid on that slam. He's just too physical.
Despite Joel Embiid missing more than half of their games, Grant, the Sixers still won 47 games last season.
Yeah, B.A., and lots of credit goes to Tyrese Maxey, averaging over 26 points a game. Philadelphia also had some good depth, and that really helped. And clearly not enough defensive presence there.
Well, he just took advantage and a ferocious jam.
That's what lackluster defense will get you. You deserve to get dunked on with that type of effort.
Yeah, muscling his way for the bucket. George doing what he does best.
Outside, DiVincenzo. And again, it's Minnesota with a 3.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
Here's George, out to the right wing. Embiid finds Maxey. Screen by Embiid. And here's another one for the Sixers.
Just another thing that makes Embiid unguardable. He can hit shots from any spot on the floor.
Randle against Oubre to the middle. Oh, stolen by Embiid. Just 2 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Philadelphia shooting their first free throws. First trip to the line in this one. And he makes a first.
A scoring machine. There's just no shot Embiid's afraid to take.
And Embiid drops them both.
And it's a luxury to have a great shooter like him at the line. Very rarely see a miss.
Maxey against DiVincenzo. And he lobs it up top. And Gobert with the stuff.
Just flawless timing right there.
Right? The dish, the catch, the flush, the whole thing was perfect. George scanning the floor. Here's Embiid. Yes, and it's George picking up the assist. Embiid's got 8.
Getting enough shots in close to play inside out.
Joel Embiid, he's feeling it tonight and has been the driving force for the Philadelphia 76ers. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter in this one. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
They've started the game the right way, penetrating the defense and attacking the rim. They're just not settling.
And the other thing you notice is how determined they've been to get into the paint and get buckets around the rim.
On the court for the Timberwolves, second quarter underway. Ant is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Julius Randle out there with Rudy Gobert. And it's DiVincenzo in at point guard. An MVP in this league, Richard, Joel Embiid. Is there any way to slow this guy down?
The answer, no, B.A. There is no way to slow him down. He's got the unique ability of size, skill, athleticism. You name it, he's got it.
Edwards gets the bucket.
How do you stop a good fadeaway jumper? That's a trick question. You don't.
And so it's Maxey with it. He brings it up for the Philadelphia 76ers. 4-point game. Fast break, Minnesota. DiVincenzo, pass to Randle. Pass to Oubre. George outside. Oubre, a screen on Randle. George for 3. And again, it's Philadelphia.
And you see the creativity George has. Just comfortable operating in screen and rolls and taking what he sees.
Outside Edwards. Tries the spin move. Over George. Edwards, no good. Philadelphia leading by 6. Maxey surveys. Outside Oubre. Pass to Embiid. Shoots over Randle. And there's Embiid. That one's good. And the assist by Oubre. Embiid's got 4 points in the quarter. Timberwolves trail by 8. Here's Edwards. And then flying high.
Oh, another highlight reel play from Anthony Edwards. Oh, this guy is fun.
Embiid, a screen on McDaniels. From about 19. And the shot no good, a bit short.
You got to move past that one. I mean, they'd want him to take that again.
Yeah, it's a great look for him. One they'll try and manufacture again. Those are the shots you want him to take.
And that's an intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Edwards against George. Edwards, a pass to Gobert. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
Yeah, great play from Edwards off the pick and roll. Moving the ball around and get another guy a shot.
Embiid, a screen on McDaniels. George passes to Embiid. It's blocked by Gobert. And it's out of bounds. The Sixers able to retain possession here. And Chris Finch has called timeout. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. And the Timberwolves making a change here. Conley's checked in. Aging in the league can be a difficult process, Richard, but that's something you did very well.
Wow, a compliment. Thank you, B.A. Look, I knew I had to adapt or I would have been out of league sooner than I wanted to. You have to be able to adapt or die. That's what this league is about.
5 on the clock. Oubre on the wing. Gordon, the pass to Oubre. Philadelphia with another miss. Timberwolves trail by 4. Conley finds McDaniels. And so they choose to intentionally foul. Reed's checked in for the Timberwolves.
That's his second personal foul. Second.
Here's Conley. Reed, a screen on George. The shot by Conley, no good. Philadelphia leading by 4. It's George on the wing. That one off the back iron and out.
Now, I understand that shot didn't go down, but they will take that look every trip down the floor.
And the shot counts. He's fouled, and it's a chance for a three-point play. It's going to be McDaniel shooting. Kelly Oubre picks one up, and the 76ers with some changes. Drummond's checked in for Joel Embiid, and it's Kyle Lowry in for Paul George. McDaniels against Lowry. Out to Oubre, 5 to shoot. McDaniels with the rebound. On the break. For 3, DiVincenzo. And his 5th basket. Now 5 for 8. Looking comfortable out there.
I know what they say, defense wins championships, but you need some bucket getters too now.
Up top, Gordon. Back to Maxey. Drummond to screen on Conley. Maxey passes to Oubre. Outside Maxey. To win the cold spell. And he jams it home with authority.
He's a small guy with big hops. Maxey goes up high for that finish.
Conley looking for an opening. Pass to Randall. Now Reed. Now here's Conley. Shoots over Oubre. Deflected by Oubre. We've got 13 seconds left to play in the second quarter. Drummond to screen on DiVincenzo. For 3, Maxey fires in the triple. And now it's a 4-point Philadelphia lead. Lowry with a steal. And we're through the first half of play here in what's been a good one. The Sixers on top, leading by 4. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one, as both teams trying to gain an edge. It's been quite a game for Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, he's kind of been the floor general for them tonight. A lot of assists for him.
And it's a role we don't always see him in, but he's done a great job tonight getting the rest of his team involved.
Andre Drummond is out there with Caleb Martin. Then it's Maxey. Then there's Eric Gordon. And it's Lowry in at the point. That's the group for Nick Nurse getting going here in the second half. And here's Lowry from the arc. Drills it from deep. Lowry's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. And Grant, the success of teams like the Timberwolves showing that size still matters.
Yeah, in this pace and space era, that may have come into question just a bit, but size and skill combined has always been your best bet at winning.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
You gotta love Tyrese Maxey's approach to the game. He said, quote, "I really have a simple life. I have this joy about playing basketball. I like putting in the work, so I'm extremely focused, extremely competitive, and I'm out here having the time of my life. I get to do what I love every single day, and it's a blessing," unquote. Ryan, he's such a positive guy.
Yeah, he really is. Thanks for that, Allie. Embiid, he's checked in for the Sixers. George comes in for Tyrese Maxey. The Timberwolves also with a sub. Edwards is checked in. George against Edwards. George drives in. Count it. George has got 10 points in the game.
Good luck trying to contain George on the drive. The mobility and the ferocity on display there. Oh, wow.
Rudy Gobert's checked in for Reed.
Timberwolves
And a minute played as the second half gets going. Gobert with a screen on Lowry. Here's Conley. No good again that time. And Embiid has got the ball here for the Philadelphia 76ers. Edwards against George. And George with the jam.
Their offense has been unstoppable, just firing on all cylinders.
They've had great execution, and what stands out is that they're just taking what the defense gives them, not forcing anything.
And that one's good from Conley.
You give a shooter of his caliber that much time to seam it up, oh yeah, you're done.
Pass to Embiid. Back to George. Here's Embiid, beyond the arc. Randall pulls down the board. And now the T-Wolves on the break. And Edwards slams it in.
You can't lose sight of where Edwards is in transition. He can be so explosive in these situations.
George against McDaniels. And the jam by George.
Can you say immediate entry into the highlight reel? Woo, what a tough PA.
It's showtime now, man. They've built up a lead, and they're starting to rub it in. Conley up top. He's guarded by Lowry. Conley passes to Randall. The three. Rebound by Philadelphia. 13 points was their biggest lead of the game. And they go to the intentional foul.
That's his first personal foul. Second team foul.
Here's George. He's got 14. Pass to Embiid. And here's Lowry.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
6 to shoot. And looks like an illegal pick was set. That gets the ref's attention.
The screener was leaning a bit right there. His feet may not have been planted. Pretty obvious call by the officials.
Look, guys get away with this all the time, but on this occasion, he got caught.
Oh, Edwards powers it home.
And one of the stronger finishers in this game, Anthony Edwards at his best.
George outside. A minute 35 left in the third. Takes a three. And the 76ers tack on 2 more.
And at the offensive end, George persistent and consistent.
George against Edwards. Here's Gobert. Nifty move. And Gobert with the stuff.
Strong finish to cut into that lead a little.
Man, left no doubt with that one, Grant. For three, George. That one's true. And that's... Nine for 12 for him now.
Yeah, good luck stopping that. When PG is hitting the pull-up with his size and hops, you just got to tip your hat.
Conley against Lowry. Here's Gobert. It's good. And he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A 3-point play opportunity. We know how great Joel Embiid is, but he simply hasn't been as effective in the postseason.
Part of that is because of all the defensive attention he gets. We know things tighten up in the postseason, and things become much more challenging. That's why he needs a better supporting cast.
Edwards against George. Pass to Conley. Edwards a screen on Gordon. Conley with the ball. Gordon's on him. Gobert. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
When Gobert is close like that, you know he's going to try and ram it through.
And timeout is called by Nick Nurse. He wants to review the game plan.
Adjustments are a part of every game and every quarter of a game. I think Coach sees something here.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity to get your group together and make sure everyone is on the same page.
16 seconds left in the third quarter of the game. Now Maxey. He's got 7. Here's Drummond. And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers closing out this quarter with a 7. And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today coming from an unlikely position. It's the big fella with the sweetest pass of the day.
I feel like we've seen more slick passing big men in the league today than we've ever seen.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this fourth quarter. On the court for Minnesota. Ant is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle. And it's DiVincenzo in at the 1. Pass to Drummond. And timeout is called by Nick Nurse. He's looking to make some very important adjustments here. And some changes here for the 76ers. Embiid comes in for Drummond. And it's Paul George in for Lowry. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
I had a chance to find out what Nick Nurse was discussing with his players. He applauded their shooting and their shot selection, saying, "We're taking the right threes, not forcing anything. Keep doing that, and they'll continue to fall." Makes the game easy, doesn't it?
Appreciate the report, Allie. And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, BA. Not sure what got into him.
George against Edwards. Here's McDaniels. Outside for Randle. Left side, DiVincenzo. Just 5 on the clock. Gobert with a screen on Maxey.
The defensive instincts of Embiid, his focus and commitment on this end is impressive.
And their offensive rebounding is such a strength for them when he's on the floor.
Yeah, he really helps them extend possessions, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can feel Coach smiling on the sidelines with every offensive board.
Up top, DiVincenzo, Maxey covering, and Chris Finch calls timeout here, rallying his guys to make sure they all know the plan. And Chris Finch has called timeout. He's decided it's time to clarify the situation, leaving little room for error. Gobert with a screen on George. Edwards against George. Here's Edwards, plenty of space. Ooh, and once again, off the mark by Minnesota. He got him. No doubt that's a foul. And it's going to be a transition take foul. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
You got to be impressed with how assertive they are on offense, continuing to cut hard to the rim time and time again.
And another thing that's impressed me has been their consistency with their two-point jump shots, getting it done from the mid-range.
George passes to Embiid, back to George. Driving to the basket, and he drops in the layup off the glass. George has got 16 in the second half.
Sturdy play from George in the paint, getting by the contact and to his finish.
DiVincenzo against Maxey. Nice shot by DiVincenzo.
It's winning time, and that's a winning play.
The Sixers lead by 6. George outside. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. Here's the break. Here's Gobert. And there's a whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. It's going to go on Tyrese Maxey.
The length of Gobert is a problem for any defense. And of course, he uses it so well to draw contact while shooting.
And so Gobert nails both of them. Fourth quarter of play. We're about 2.5 minutes through it now. McDaniels against George. Puts up a 3. Edwards pulls it in. Timberwolves trail by 4. DiVincenzo pass to Gobert. Oh, and he got fouled on his way. And here comes the coach's challenge. He disagrees with the foul.
The play is under video review.
People were worried that this would slow the action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
He misses the free throw. Second free throw, no good. And so it's Embiid with it. He brings it up for Philadelphia. 13 points was their biggest lead of the game. DiVincenzo with a steal. McDaniels passes to DiVincenzo. Inside. Strong finish by Gobert.
Huge bucket from Gobert, answering the call when his team needs it.
Philadelphia's gone 5 of 8 from outside the three-point line in this one. George against McDaniels. Embiid finds Gordon. Here's Maxey. 6 on the shot clock. Embiid, a screen on Edwards. Here's Maxey. Ooh, and they immediately answer back with a dunk on the other end.
Attacking in a big moment. Maxey is not holding back.
For 3, DiVincenzo. It falls again. He's now 8 for 12 from the floor.
And this is just typical of him, always making an impact at crucial moments in the game.
And his team needs every bit of his production if they want to pull this one out. It is neck and neck here in the final period.
He wants the ball, has a flair for the dramatic, unfazed in big situations.
DiVincenzo against Maxey. The kick out to Edwards. It falls! And he's brought them within 2 points now.
Great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
He knew what they needed here and was determined to deliver.
Embiid passes to Oubre. And the 3 off target. It's McDaniels on the wing. Back to DiVincenzo. 34 seconds left in the final quarter. Outside Edwards. On the take, Edwards. Gobert passes to Edwards. It's stolen by Maxey. And they're pushing it up. Here's George. And that one goes in as he's fouled. It'll be 3 points if he can. No surprise here. At this stage of the game, they're going to use the coach's challenge. Make them take another look at the call.
So many close calls in every game. The NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved. And there's the cherry on top. Excellent trip up the floor to build out this lead. And right here, they can't waste any time.
It needs to be a quick shot, then a quick foul.
For 3, DiVincenzo. It's rebounded by George. And here's Oubre from the arc. Misses. So it's Philadelphia picking up the win. I'm sure they would have preferred a blowout victory. Fantastic group of passers on each side.
They're just so unselfish. They play for one another. You can see how it keeps the whole team involved. And I'll tell you what, I just love watching teams that can pass like this.
All right, now let's check out the starters for the Miami Heat. We've got Jimmy Butler, Josh Richardson out there with Terry Rozier. Then it's Bam Adebayo, and it's Jaquez in at the power forward position. So it's Los Angeles now. After the basket by Miami. Connects from downtown.
Yeah, there's just no guarding LeBron James when this shot looks this comfortable. That's 3 more.
Back to Adebayo. The shake. And a great assist by Butler as that one goes.
The defensive effort was lacking a bit, but hey, give him credit for finding a weakness there.
Just really smart basketball and exploiting whatever holes that he's seeing right now in the defensive squad.
I love this approach. Getting him involved early, and it's already paying off.
Well, he's going to just keep going now. That's early confidence for him.
Now here's Richardson. Back to Butler. Into the lane. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
Defense just clearing out there as Butler on the drive, playing very physical with the ball.
Well, Brent, there are only a handful of players in the league with the big game experience of Butler.
Yeah, and those big games, BA, are where he's had some of his best moments. It's been on several different teams as well. So the bigger the game gets, the bigger Jimmy Butler appears to show up.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
I did briefly speak with JJ Redick. I asked him about Jimmy Butler and what his defensive scheme is for him, and Coach said to not let him bully us from the interior and mid-range. We want to push him as far out as possible. We have to play tough. Let's see if they're able to accomplish this, guys.
And Allie, thank you for that.
Nice use by Richardson on the pick and roll. Whether he's passing or shooting, his decision-making in this one has been superb.
And we've got a timeout called by JJ Redick. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over. About 2 minutes gone by in the first quarter. James against Butler. James outside. Here's the 3. Adebayo grabs the board. The Heat have gone 4 of 4 from the floor. Perfect start. Butler can't get it to go. Los Angeles has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. James can't get it to go. Jaquez with a screen on Vanderbilt. And here's Butler outside. Hits a three-pointer. Butler's got 5.
I like the timing, too. Jimmy Butler just bursting off of that pick to get to his shot.
James with the ball. Guarded by Adebayo. James, that's good.
In his comfort zone, finding an opening and exploding to the rim.
And the whistle blows on a backcourt violation. Went over and back.
Los Angeles ball.
About 3 minutes gone here in the first quarter.
2 minutes remain in the first.
Davis with a screen on Butler. Outside Davis. Gets the 3 ball to go.
And the defense will settle for AD shooting threes. Better that than him going inside.
Here's Jaquez. And a great assist by Butler as that one goes. He's got 6. It's been neck and neck this entire first half.
Yeah, 8 lead changes so far. These clubs are looking evenly matched.
Reddish finds Reeves. It's going to be on LeBron James. That's his first foul of the game.
And great job to establish position and square up.
The Heat have gone 6 of 7 and looking good. Here's Rozier, and down it goes. Jam that one home.
Look how Rozier just slices inside. He doesn't hold himself back on the drive at all.
And Brett, the Heat always looking to compete year in, year out.
Well, for good reason. This team takes a lot of pride in giving themselves a chance every year. And the way the front office conducts their business is they believe they can put together the type of roster that is going to go out there and take care of things to put them in position to be successful.
Now, here is James. He has 7. Reddish misses. There's 49 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Reddish against Rozier. James with the block.
What a denial. LeBron attacking that shot with pinpoint accuracy.
36 seconds left in the first quarter here. Butler's shot is good. Lakers trail by 7. James outside. Takes it inside. And slam dunk by James.
What a burst of speed. LeBron turning on the Jets, getting past the D, and the big hammer.
Rozier, the pass to Butler. Rebound by the Lakers.
Well, you got to miss sometimes, but that one seemed like a gimme.
Pass to Vanderbilt. There's Davis with the 3. Doesn't go for him. Got it off in time. Oh, no good on the last second attempt there. Well, offense is the order of the day as the first quarter comes to a close. It's the Heat. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Heat.
Yeah, their early focus on outside scoring has paid off. They're finding plenty of points from three-point land.
Well, not only that, but you love how unselfish they've been to start this game. That's going to get all the guys in a great flow and feeling good. So moving that ball around and scoring off assists, it's a nice way to play.
Vanderbilt and Davis patrol the paint. James is out there with Austin Reeves. And it's Reddish in at small forward. That's the Laker 5.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
The 3, James. Adebayo grabs the board. Heat leading by 5. Rozier looking around. Pass to Richardson. Now Butler. Reddish covering. And Butler is there for the flush.
Well, on the attack, Jimmy Butler playing with that edge.
Vanderbilt with a screen. Here's James. Good. 5 for 9 shooting so far.
Such a critical part of how their offense is going to flow. Things are only working when he seems to be on the floor. And not where he earns his money, that three-point shot. But he's a good shooter from that range if he's got space.
Richardson, the pass to Rozier. Back to Richardson. Here's Butler. Down low. Butler drops it in. Well, Grant, when the money's on the line, the mid-range is still a big part of the elite player's game.
You're right, B.A. And really, it comes down to touch, obviously. And size certainly helps. And then the savvy and balance to create that space.
This is what James does. Scores the ball and does it in so many different ways.
On the wing, Rozier. Check by James from 11 feet away. And there's another one for the Heat.
It's just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Yeah, he's the guy that you want to go to right now, trying to put this one away.
Now, here is James. 13 points in the game. The shot by Reeves, no good. And so it's Rozier who brings it up for Miami. 10-point lead. This is their biggest of the game. They set the pick. Pass to Adebayo. Butler against Reeves. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Adebayo passes to Rozier. Back to Adebayo. He drains it as the shot clock ticks down. And it's a 12-point Heat lead.
Bam knowing what to do. He's owning the paint right
J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. Hachimura's checked in for Vanderbilt. And Miami with a change here too. Jovic is checked in. And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into the second. At 6'9", Bam Adebayo is on the shorter side of centers. yet he is elite defensively, Grant.
He's been top 5 in Defensive Player of the Year voting a bunch of times. Bam has an incredible motor, a great IQ, and he's a switchable big. That's huge in today's game.
Now here's Adebayo. Adebayo sets a screen. Rozier from outside. Count it. His 3rd and 5 attempts.
I really don't think there's any way to slow them down. They have the defense scrambling out there.
Well, nothing that they're doing seems to be making an impact. And there are some nights where you just run out of options, whether it's by personnel or by tactic.
And that one's good. Jovic. And the Heat lead by 17.
Balanced play has given them the lead and also quieted this crowd.
All night long, in control of the pace, and you don't want to let go of that rope right now.
Now, here is James. 13 points in the game. And he gets that one.
Look, with the size and athleticism of LeBron James, he gives you more problems than the math book.
Rozier against James. And that one is stuffed right through.
Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish.
Now that is what every team wants.
Like to see that assertiveness, especially from the guy who's going to orchestrate your offense.
And it's Miami's ball. They're on an 18-6 run. Richardson with it, picked up by Reddish. Back to Richardson. Three-pointer Rozier. And it's blocked by Davis.
What an impactful defensive presence. AD is outstanding at coming up with blocks.
And that one's good. Jovic. There's 25 seconds left to play in the first half. Butler against James. Davis with a screen on Butler. James passes to Davis. The shot's good on the assist by James. Davis has got 7 points.
And really, that's a perfect screen and roll play that gets AD to look where he wanted it.
To the paint. Adebayo, that's good. He's got 6.
Like a matador. Olay! There was no defense. That has to be one of the easier shots I've seen tonight.
Yeah, feels like Christmas right now, just gift wrapping points.
And so it's Miami out in front by 19 going into the break. Their efficiency has been off the charts. They're running their sets well with patience and purpose. We'll be right back with you shortly.
Ready for the fans half court. Front row, please. They're thinking about the shot.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. You know, LeBron James has been exceptional here, guys.
Through 2 quarters of play, he's been an excellent source of points.
Yeah, he's shouldering the load right now and looking really comfortable while he's doing it.
And on the floor for Eric Spoelstra starting the second half. At the forward spots, it's Butler and Jovic. Josh Richardson out there with Alec Burks. And it's Adebayo in at the 5, down low. Now here's Burks. It's Adebayo, high post. Here's Jovic. Here's the pick. Burks passes to Jovic. Here's Richardson. He's covered by Reeves. Richardson, no good. Lakers trail by 17. James inside. Oh, LeBron rocks the rim.
Not the first, and certainly not the last time we'll see this. LeBron finding airspace.
Butler with the ball, and Davis picks him up defensively.
That's the guy they're going to keep going to, as they should. The lead's only going up if they keep feeding him.
James against Butler. James, right side. To the inside. Here's Reeves. Oh, a nice one-handed slam right there.
We talk a lot about the monster games that LeBron James has, putting a bunch of points on the board, but sometimes we just forget about how brilliant a playmaker and passer he is.
Now here's Burks. He's scoreless. Pass to Richardson. Burks, a screen on Reeves. And here's Adebayo. Back to Richardson. And he's going to the line for two. And coach doesn't like the call at all.
With the coach's challenge in place, we've seen so many of these personal foul calls still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Here's Burks. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Nice basic one-hander there.
Hey, I think he got some extra bounce off the ground on that one. Here we go, one-on-one. Here's Butler. Oh, he goes right over LeBron and slams it down.
That's a little something special from Jimmy Butler. There's serious elevation.
James against Butler. Reddish, a screen on Butler. James, and they pick up two. James has got 6 here in the quarter.
That kind of looks like a predictable shot, one that they want. The defense has to prevent the ball from getting into that sweet spot.
There's a screen, right wing. Adebayo finds Richardson. Three-pointer. That one doesn't drop.
Well, the D really getting away with one there. No one on him. And that's going to be good 9 out of 10 times. Many times you don't like that shot selection, but sometimes when you're just feeling it in transition when no one's on you, great shot there.
And the shot goes in. Butler's got 18 points in the game.
That is a tough 2 right there from Butler. Really his calling card. Rugged play and 100% effort.
And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. Changes for Los Angeles. Woods checked in for Anthony Davis, and D'Angelo Russell subbed in for James. Out to the wing. Down low. Here's Hachimura. Outside Reeves. Takes the 3. Buries it from 3. Give him 8.
And for Rui, that guy was wide open, so that's an easy delivery.
Here's Burks. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. And if they're going to make a move, this is a good time to start.
And there's still plenty of time, but they definitely don't want to let this game get too far out of hand.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
A new day. The Spurs' Victor Wembanyama said a few years back it was more of a guards game, but now it's come back to a big men's game. We've got guys all around the league who do a lot of stuff despite being very tall. It's the way the game changes. You just have to adapt. Brian, the gauntlet has been thrown.
And I like it. Good stuff, Allie. Thank you.
The defense takes a chance, leaves him open at the arc, and he capitalizes.
Reeves, the pass to Wood. And Wood with the stuff.
At 6'10", dunking is effortless for Wood, especially when he's given this type of positioning.
Burks with it. Hachimura covering. Outside Jaquez. And he says right back at you with a big dunk of his own.
Slams it down with 2 hands.
Man, they're really getting aggressive now. Reddish, a screen on Richardson. Here's Reeves. Hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the D. Reeves has got 12.
Hey, if you give him room, he's gonna score the ball.
Burks against Reddish. Dunks it hard with one hand. Wow, he makes it look easy.
Oh, not the defensive effort they need to cut into the lead.
Boy, good call. You have to at least try to protect the rim.
Good job to recognize the opportunity. That's just very solid offense.
And we've got a timeout called by J.J. Redick. He wants to review the game plan.
And things are always changing throughout a game. Teams have to adjust on the fly.
And timeouts are a wonderful opportunity to just settle in and recollect the thoughts of your entire team. Not just the guys playing, but the entire team.
The three from Russell. That misses. Would have counted had it gone. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
The coaches talk about it all the time, but to be able to play with that kind of feel, nice play, collaborating, improvising, and organic.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may already be out of hand. Russell and Reeves teaming up in the backcourt. Cam Reddish is out there with Jared Vanderbilt. And it's Wood in at center, filling out the middle. That's who's in the game for the Lakers. Now here's Rozier. Pass to Bryant. Rozier outside. Ooh, making his presence felt here. He's now 6 for 9 in this game.
And what I love about Rozier is his fearlessness as a scorer. Inside, outside, in between, it doesn't matter.
The three from Wood. And Bryant pulls it down. Miami leading by 18. And now we've got an intentional foul. And we've got a timeout called by J.J. Redick. He was quite emphatic, demanding the timeout, clearly wanting to address strategy with his team. Davis, he's checked in for Los Angeles. James comes in for Reeves. Adebayo's checked in for Miami. Butler comes in for Highsmith. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Vanderbilt.
Just a millisecond late. So close to coming up with a steal there.
Real close, and I'm sure next time you might time that a little bit better and get a hand on it.
Now here's Rozier. Pass to Jaquez. We've played just over a minute here in the fourth. Richardson for three. On target from range. Richardson's gotten himself going with a triple. His first basket of the game. To the inside. Adebayo with a steal. Here's Butler. Driving inside. And it's Butler with the jam.
They're really dictating the tempo on both ends of the court. You love it.
Yeah, the other team a bit concerned here. They're trailing, and the lead seems to be growing.
Blocked!
Hard-nosed defender and Josh Richardson using a little bit of that length from the wing position to deny that one.
All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Heat?
Well, you love their unselfish play. Keeping that ball moving, good shot to great. That's winning basketball.
Well, we've also seen them being very aggressive down in the paint. All game long, they've been hunting down those inside points.
James against Butler. They need this. And the layup is good by James. James has got 23.
LeBron patient there, keeping the defense guessing, maybe mixing up their coverages on the back end. Makes him very unpredictable in a pick-and-roll set.
Now here's Butler. And it's Butler with the jam.
I really don't think there's any way to slow them down. They have the defense scrambling out there.
Well, nothing that they're doing seems to be making an impact. And there are some nights where you just run out of options.
Oh, hey, how about that?
That's impressive. Sometimes LeBron just likes to take it all out on the rim, that time on display.
The kick out to Richardson. He takes it in, and out of bounds. The Lakers will take it. The Lakers have gone 2 of 5 from the field in this final quarter. And it's Jimmy Butler with the foul. That's his first foul of the game. The Lakers making a switch here. Reeves is checked in.
Coming into the floor for your Lakers.
For three, James nails it from beyond the arc. James has got 13 points here in the second half alone.
There's some fluid motion in LeBron James' jumper tonight. Totally comfortable at the pull-up J.
Now Rozier. Pass to Butler. Jaquez against James. And he drops it in from the low post. James has got 30 points.
Well, he's been carrying them all night on offense, but at some point, he's going to need some help.
And it's Butler with the jam.
And Butler giving you the full buffet of the things he can do.
And the distance between the point totals for these teams tells the whole story. Just a fantastic effort, and you have to give it up for the Heat.
Loved how much they moved the ball out there tonight.
Yeah, no one got left out. This was a real team effort.
And even the opposing fans can't deny this was a sensational game for Jimmy Butler.
Just really loved his activity level here tonight. Constantly mixed it up, and he threw himself into a lot of plays. Gotta love the effort there. An undersized four who can really make things happen with that leaping ability.
Rozier, the pass to Butler, and it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Butler. Butler with a steal. 50 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And it's good. Fought through contact, hit the shot, and will go to the line.
When you think of Jimmy Butler, his work ethic comes to mind. Notably, how hungry he is to win at all costs.
Reddish, a screen on Butler. James attacking. Soft touch off the glass. James has got 32 points in the game. And it's Miami's ball. The biggest lead of the game was 24 points. Jaquez with a screen on James. Here's Rozier to the middle. Jaquez, the pass to Rozier. Adebayo, a screen on James. Rozier. Again, the Heat score.
Finishing the game strong. This is how you shut the door on any hopes of a comeback.
Yeah, definitely putting a stamp on this one. A very, very decisive victory for the club tonight.
Butler against Reddish.
LeBron James. That's his second personal foul.
That's good from Butler.
Fourth team foul.
Butler hits them both. 12 seconds left to play in the fourth. Here's James. Count that bucket. James has got 34.
Love his shot selection. Good at taking quality shots. Whether he's defended or open, he knows how to knock those down.
So it's the Heat winning this one easily. All right, Allie, thank you. And that'll wrap it up, folks.
And the veteran talent on both sides.
Yeah, tremendously high IQs from both teams, so expect a clean game. And some of these players have been through it all in this league.
Look at the 76ers starting group. Kelly Oubre out there with Gordon. Then there's Maxey. Then it's George, and it's Embiid in at the 5, roaming the paint. Now here's Embiid. Embiid with a screen on Bamba. Here's George, back to Embiid. And Embiid throws it down.
Hey, Embiid is used to this. It's second nature to him. That's why he's so good at being able to score through contact.
It's Harden with the drive. Kicks it out to Jones. Harden outside. Inside. Stolen by George. Lob pass to George. And it's George finishing it off.
Boy, the high-flying acrobatics of George, something to behold. When he leaves the ground for these alley-oops, you drop your jaw in awe.
Now here's Harden. Leonard looking around. Back to Harden. 5 to shoot. And he gets the bucket.
When he's not killing you on the perimeter, Harden's doing it inside. He does it all, folks.
And so it's Maxey with it. He brings it up for the Philadelphia 76ers. Pass to Oubre. Powell against Maxey. Good for the basket. Starting off 1 for 1 with that shot.
Hey, one thing about Maxey, he was just born to score. This guy is a bucket getter.
Special K, you've seen Tyrese Halliburton a lot. He's as good as anyone in this league offensively. What does he do best?
I think his best basketball attribute is probably his passing, his vision, the way he can set other people up. But the intangible that makes him, he's a Pied Piper. He is a galvanizer. Guys love being around his energy and the way he plays. So not only does he play with great confidence, I think he infuses in his teammates a joy and a confidence that lifts them up too.
And that one's good, Leonard.
Just another place you have to take Leonard seriously. He's so capable from the outside.
Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. Joel Embiid talks about leading his team. He said, I've been guarded so many different ways. I feel like I've seen everything, and I know how to attack everything. For me, it's all about how do I bring everyone along with me. You can't win alone. It's just about playing together and involving everybody. Kevin?
And you've got to involve everybody. All right, D.A., thanks. Now Harden, after the missed 3 from Joel Embiid, nobody near Leonard. And, yep, finally drops after rolling around the rim. Leonard's got 7.
Totally dialed in. Leonard makes quick work from that mid-range.
Nobody near George. Drains the three-pointer.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Now here's Harden. Outside Leonard. Harden against George. Harden the pass to Leonard. Fades and shoots. And it's Joel Embiid with the rebound.
You almost have to assume he's going to knock those down when he is that open.
Kicks it out to Gordon. Good ball movement here by the 76ers. Embiid sets the pick for Maxey. Embiid inside, defended by Jones, and now they decide to foul intentionally.
Derek Jones Jr. First personal foul. First team foul.
44 seconds left to play here in the first. Oubre, a screen on Leonard. And George kicks to Oubre. 6 on the shot clock. A second chance effort. And the layup good by George. 7 points for George.
George takes the contact, but good body control there allows him to finish.
Harden scanning the floor. There's 18 seconds left in the first. And it's slammed in by Jones.
It really does make the game easy for your teammates when you can lead them to the rim that well with a pass.
The three from George. Wow, drew the contact, and that three almost went in, so he'll go to the line for 3 free throws.
Paul George, one of the most versatile and dynamic players in the league. I mean, he does a lot for his team offensively and defensively, which I think frees up the other guys to do their thing.
And that drops, so they now lead by 1.
Just solid. Really one of the very best there is at the free throw line.
And here's Harden. To the middle. Here's Leonard. And finished off by Leonard.
And guys, he's not an easy man to stop when he's got the rim in his sights.
Never has been, never will be. He is a determined finisher.
And guys, I like the fact that he chose the one-hand tomahawk slam because you get a little higher when you go off one hand and one foot.
And it's Nick Nurse calling timeout here. He wants to talk to his guys. Kawhi Leonard has been on display for the Clippers. He finishes with 9 points in the quarter. The D is having all sorts of problems with him. We'll get right back to the action when we return. And it's been a pretty even game here after 1 quarter of play. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The scoring breakdown for Los Angeles.
Everything working for them inside so far, guys. Tons of high-quality shots that they're knocking down inside.
And one other thing they've done well today, guys, share the ball. I mean, set up teammates and just playing unselfishly.
The guard pair, it's Harden and Powell. Kawhi Leonard is out there with Jones, and it's Bamba in at the 5 spot. They're the group out there for the Clippers starting the second quarter. Now, here is Harden. Outside Leonard. Leonard dunks it down with force.
Explosive move by Kawhi at the rim. The defense had no answer there.
And Clark, we know the last handful of years, the 76ers have been a threat in the East.
7 straight years. Of playoff runs, can't get past that second round barrier though, Kevin. But as far as success, they've been as consistent as it comes in the East the last decade.
Here's Jones, following the basket by Tyrese Maxey. Back to Jones. Shakes him, and Jones slams it in.
And when he's on the floor, offensive rebounding is always going to be a strength for them.
Greg, he keeps so many possessions alive, doesn't he?
And you know, those second chance opportunities can be game changers. He represents so much value to this team because of what he does.
And we've seen several lead changes tonight, neither team giving an inch.
Yeah, and the lead has changed hands, and it just hasn't stayed in those hands very long when it's changed. Back and forth we go.
Now here's Leonard. 11 points in the game. On the wing, Jones. Shot clock at 6. Leonard with the ball. And it's Gordon picking him up. Here's Jones. And gets hacked by the D. He'll go to the line.
Yeah, way to play in attack mode and get to the line.
And, you know, the defense gets their money's worth on that foul, stopping the layup and not giving up the and one.
Clark, you had a chance to defend a lot of great scores in your time in the NBA.
Yeah, and I did. They wore me out too, Bart. I mean, I think the attitude of those guys stands out. Their relentlessness, the skill level obviously was there, but it was the relentless pursuit of the basketball and scoring opportunities. Bernard King, Larry Bird, Alex English, Marcus Johnson was near the tail end of his prime, but he was a problem too. I mean, there were a number of guys in that. Kelly Tripucka. Woo! Yeah, don't make my head spin.
The same day, Clark, that Tyrese Maxey was named to the All-Star game, he scored a career high and was great doing it.
How about that, Kevin? How ironic is that? It was his first All-Star selection, by the way, but this has been the story with Maxey. I mean, he just continues to make great progress in his game. He's a really dynamic young player with still room to grow.
And again, it's the Clippers missing. For Philadelphia, they've got a nice 3 of 3 to start the second. And slam dunk by Maxey.
Just way too fast for him. Maxey, quick on the drive.
It's Harden with the drive, and Harden with the stuff.
And he's an automatic finisher when he gets into that area.
He is, and he picks the simple one-hand stuff to get the 2 points.
Hey, guys, I know I'm stating the obvious here, but those could be an important 2 points considering how close this game is.
Here's George. The Clippers getting the bucket. Here's Maxey. Key points for him. Over Leonard. Powell pulls it in. Harden with it. We've got 1:48 left in the first half, and it's good for 2. Harden's got 4 points in the quarter.
So many of Harden's shots are either from 3 or at the rim, but he can do this too.
Here's Maxey. Takes it inside, and slam dunk by Maxey.
Wow, the athleticism of Maxey, impressive.
Oubre against Leonard. Bamba setting the pick for Powell. Jones drives in, and it's Philadelphia with the rebound. 4-on-3 break. And here's George for 3. That's no good, but just his first miss in 5 shots. And so Harden will bring it up for Los Angeles. To the paint. And Harden with the stuff.
An aggressive move from Harden at the hoop. Really good to see him take it to the defense like that.
For Philadelphia, they've gone 5 of 7 from the field here in the second. Here's George. The rebound by Harden. The Clippers shooting very well, 56% from the floor here in the second quarter. And Harden with the stuff.
Harden's ball handling is absolutely off the chain insane. I mean, easily carving up the defense. Superb control. Got it on the string.
And it's Nick Nurse calling timeout here. He's ready to talk things through with the team. Los Angeles making a switch here. Dunn's checked in.
Coming onto the floor for your player, number 18, Chris Dunn.
32 seconds left in the first half of the game. Maxey against Leonard. Maxey into the lane. Bucket is good. Maxey's got 10 points now just in this quarter.
When Maxey is clicking on all cylinders, he is a tough guy to slow down.
And Tyronn Lue calls timeout. He wants to check in with his team and regroup. Some changes for Philadelphia. Drummond's checked in for Joel Embiid. Caleb Martin comes in for Kelly Oubre. And it's Lowry in for Paul George. And the timeout called here by Tyronn Lue. Looking for a breather and maybe just 1 or 2 things to talk about. A different look for the Clippers. P.J. Tucker comes in for Bamba. And Porter subbed in for Chris Dunn. Porter looking it over. To the inside. Shoots. And it's Jones, that time on the assist from Porter. Jones has got 8 points.
That's a textbook example of how to move the ball. Boy, you got to love that action.
And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with their work down low.
Goes up off the inbound. James Harden getting it done for the Clippers. He notched 8 points in the quarter and has that terrific basketball instinct on display. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave.
Thanks, Kevin. Kawhi,
Thank you, David. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the second half momentarily. And if you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. You look at Tyrese Maxey in the... This one, guys, he has been everywhere.
No problems fighting his way to the rim in this one. A lot of points in close.
Yeah, you know what, guys? They gave him too many free runs to the hoop in the first half. I think they've got to be a lot tougher on him. Body him up. Be physical with him.
So on the floor for Philadelphia, we've got Gordon. Andre Drummond is out there with Caleb Martin. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Lowry in at the one. Some changes for Philadelphia. Embiid, he's checked in for Drummond. Oubre comes in for Caleb Martin. And Paul George is subbed in for Kyle Lowry. Left side, George. That's in. That's his 5th field goal. He's shooting a hot 71%. 5 for 7. Leonard on the wing, covered by Oubre. Bamba, a screen on Oubre. Oubre against Bamba. Back to Leonard. Clock at 6. And here's Harden for 3. That one's rebounded by Embiid. Embiid's got 4 rebounds now tonight. And we will have a timeout called by Nick Nurse. Wants to talk some things over, might be seeing some things to adjust. Oubre sets the screen for Maxey. Just 5 on the clock. Pass to Embiid. Shoots over Leonard. And he tries off the glass, but it's no good. And so Harden will bring it up for Los Angeles. Kicks it out to Leonard from past the arc. Leonard lets it rip from 3.
You set him up more often than not. Leonard will knock him down.
Embiid with a screen on Powell. George with the bucket. George has got 4 points now in the quarter. And not even 3/4 out of the way. So many lead changes.
The fans, guys, are getting their money's worth. Heck, I should have paid to watch this one. It's been a nail-biter.
Now here's Jones. 8 points for him. Outside Leonard. Oh, Leonard with authority.
Very few players have the combination of power and athleticism that Kawhi has. Electric.
Pass to Embiid. Takes the 3. That falls. Nice feed that time from George. Embiid's got 8 points.
Watch out now. When this guy gets into a rhythm, it is something to behold.
Harden outside. Back to Leonard. Again, the Clippers.
Oh, it has been a huge night for Leonard. The skill is obvious, but his strength is what makes him hard to defend.
George up top. He's covered by Leonard. Embiid with a screen on Leonard. George, that's a 2-pointer. And again, it's Philadelphia.
Yeah, this guy certainly knows how to take over a game. I wonder who made George mad tonight. They're paying for it now.
On the wing, Jones. Oubre with the steal. Pass to Embiid. Gordon with a screen on Bamba. Embiid. Again, Philadelphia.
Embiid's mid-range touch is really improving. It's noticeable.
Harden against George. Outside Leonard. Here's Kawhi Leonard on the attack.
And not the prototype power forward, but he has tremendous athletic ability.
Maxey attacking. Shoots over Powell. Pass to Embiid. And the officials call him for a 3-second violation.
You know, guys, sometimes that just happens, but you don't like to see it when the game is this close.
Los Angeles has gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. Leonard with a screen on George. And the jam by Harden.
Harden is known for his creativity. Can't lose him in the screen and roll, or he'll take you to school.
Here's Maxey. And Jones sends it back. 55 seconds left here in the third quarter. Harden, good once again. That makes him 8 for 9 this game.
That's the kind of aggressive and assertive play they need as we get closer and closer to crunch time.
Here's Maxey. Oubre up top. Back to Maxey. Down low. 6 to shoot. It's deflected. 7-second difference. Shot and game clock. And the jam by Harden.
Remarkable speed in transition from Harden, sprinting ahead of everybody, putting himself in a great spot there.
Powell against Oubre. Maxey on the wing. 14 points for him. Here's George. And that time, also a missed shot.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
Leonard on the wing. Lets it go from deep. Kawhi Leonard has been on display for the Clippers. His production has been flowing as he's tallied 20 points and looks to be planning for more. Back to the action in just... And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. And the timeout called here by Tyronn Lue. He's very aware of the timing here and the significance of getting things squared away with his team. Getting the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Well, guys, over the break, I was able to listen to Tyronn Lue's huddle. Now, they've been happy with the way the team is shooting. He reminded players to keep taking those threes, that they've had some clean looks. And when that three goes in, it's always a welcome sight. Guys?
Thank you, David. The guard pair, it's Harden and Powell. Kawhi Leonard is out there with Mohamed Bamba. And it's Jones in at the small forward position. That's who's out there for the Clippers. Here's Maxey. And slam dunk by Maxey.
And this is the effort you want to see out of your guys, win or lose.
Yeah, you know what? I agree. I mean, they're showing a bunch of fortitude here, keeping this game tight.
Outside Leonard. Launches a three. Offensive rebound. Over to the left wing. Bamba finds Harden. Another shot. That one's not going to go. Excellent D there from George. No one near Maxey as he lets it fly. That ball's nice feed that time from George.
Welcome to Maxey's world, one of the more efficient three-point shooters in this game.
Right side Leonard. Powell sets a screen for Leonard. Buries the long-range jumper. Leonard's got 23.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets three, you fire three of your own. Boom.
Pass to Maxey. The Clippers grab the miss. On the wing, Harden. Defended by Gordon. Harden, no good. The 76ers trail by 4. Right side, George. Oubre outside. Another three for Philadelphia.
A legitimate sniper from distance. Love seeing Oubre Jr. shoot it with such precision.
Harden dishes to Leonard. Sweet move, driving the lane.
And he shows us all what the breakaway rim was invented for.
Can you believe he almost brought the whole thing down by hanging on that long?
Boy, that was a great dunk, and we've got a great game here.
Oubre, a screen on Jones. Maxey passes to Oubre. The 76ers need to get off a shot, and it's Norman Powell with the foul. That's his first foul.
You know what? Tried to step in and cut him off, but just didn't get there quick enough.
Yeah, he was one step late that time.
Outside, George. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. Jones has got 4 rebounds now tonight. Clippers leading by 3. Harden outside. Kicks it out to Jones. Trying to find Harden, and he's got it now. Jones sets the pick for Leonard. Los Angeles needs to get off a shot here, and Jones slams it in.
You love how each side has risen to the challenge throughout this one.
Hey, defense is taking a back burner, secondary on the marquee, but who doesn't love a game like this? Let's go. I like offense.
Yeah, and such a clutch shooter. I mean, he lives for the big shot. And when he's rolling like this, watch out.
And so it's Harden bringing it up for Los Angeles. The lead is 2. And we're about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter. And the jam by Harden.
How good is that? Harden commanding the ball in these moments. Loves stepping up at crucial times.
George. Here's Oubre. Right side George. Clock at 6. Embiid in the corner. Tries again. Pulled the shot a little up, but the bounce goes his way.
You like Embiid's confidence and willingness to step up in the big moment.
Pass to Leonard. He takes it in. Oh, and the jam by Leonard.
That was a ginormous bucket by Leonard. Big-time performer.
The 76ers trail by 4. Here's Maxey. Yes!
Oh, you just love seeing a player with absolutely no fear.
Cool, calm, collected, and confident in the biggest moment of the game? Yes.
Leonard sets a screen for Harden. Leonard kicks to Harden. It falls!
Man, they're getting a fantastic effort from James Harden right now.
George against Leonard. Outside, George. Money!
Shot after shot, one after the other. PG, Paul George, making it happen.
And they are in the driver's seat.
Yes, they are. If they come away with points on this trip, Katie barred the door.
It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Leonard the pass to Bamba. Got it!
Late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
I don't think you want to get loose and sloppy or ease up, but it is time for them to start using that clock a bit.
Timeout called the 76ers. 7 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. Any ideas on strategy being discussed right now in that huddle?
Trying to stay alive. They've got to work quickly.
They're going to draw up a play here. I think to get a shot right off of the inbounds pass and not waste too much time at all.
7 seconds left in the fourth quarter. So it's the Clippers taking the win in a close one. It was much appreciated, David. And that'll wrap it up, folks, for
this one, Stan, cream of the crop.
Well, a lot of people would say that this is a guard-oriented league. I think it's a league of all the positions, but tonight, certainly, whoever can win that guard battle will probably go home with the W.
Certainly the headliner tonight. And the Lakers starting five. Hachimura at power forward with AD in at center. Austin Reeves out there with LeBron James. And it's Reddish in at the three. Shots good by James.
Yeah, you can tell LeBron understands the game. He knows a pick is all he needs to beat the D.
Outside, DiVincenzo sends it home from three-point land. DiVincenzo's got five now.
And both teams running long-range plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a three-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
James can't get it to go. About a minute played here so far in the first. Outside Reed. There's the triple. Nails it from three.
And Edwards makes so many winning plays, including finding his open teammate.
And Stan, while Edwards has pushed back, it hasn't stopped others from comparing him to his airness, Michael Jordan.
And that talk is more about how his game reminds one of MJ and less about greatness. Edwards' career is just getting started.
Reed can't hit. The Lakers have gone 1 for 3 so far. A little over a minute and a half into this first quarter. Reeves with a screen on McDaniels. James with the ball. He's picked up by Edwards. James, that's good.
And that's where LeBron loves to operate. Close to the bucket, in the high percentage area.
Reddish against DiVincenzo. Outside Reed. Back to DiVincenzo. With the drive. And the powerful one-handed slam.
All he needed was a little separation. So effective.
Boy, cleared the path, put him in position for a prime-time dunk.
Well, give credit to the screener there. That's how you help free up your teammates.
Here's DiVincenzo. The Lakers getting their last shot to go. Randall, a screen on Reddish. Back to DiVincenzo. To the paint. Here's Randall. And it's Randall with the jam.
Wow. Julius Randle. We could feel the floor shaking on that one.
Here's James. He has 7. Outside Davis. Back to James. 6 to shoot. Fires for 3. James can't get that one to fall.
Well, the defense got lucky there. More often than not, he's making that shot.
And here's Edwards outside. Rebound collected by Anthony Davis. And so James will bring it up for the Lakers. It's a 5-point game. And he was fouled in the act of shooting. Opportunity for a 3-point play here.
Excellent decision from James. He's all for whipping passes to uncover teammates.
Los Angeles shooting their first free throw of the game. The Timberwolves have gotten 5 of 7 shots to fall. Edwards a screen on Reddish. Pass to Reed. Back to DiVincenzo. Fires the 3. His first miss. 3 for 4 in this contest now. Reeves against Edwards. And he commits the intentional foul.
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Los Angeles shooting their second and third shots at the line here. And he drops the first. He's off on the second. Minnesota's gone 2 for 4 from range to start things off. Reed a screen on James. Here's Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Yeah, doing it with speed and style. Edwards putting on a show at the rim.
Outside Davis. Beyond the arc. The shot's good on the assist by James. And that makes it a tie ball game.
Hey, you leave him open, he's going to make the defense pay for that level of disrespect.
Edwards looking for an opening. Lets it go from deep. Davis with a rebound. And it's the Lakers ball. James with the ball. Now guarded by McDaniels. The shot by Reeves, no good. The Timberwolves have got 6 of 10 attempts to fall. About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Edwards against James. The fader. And another basket for Minnesota.
Effective use of the mid-range there by Edwards. He's a true three-level scorer.
McDaniels against James. Puts up a three. A nice first quarter of play. We've seen plenty of offense so far. It's Minnesota up 2. And the second. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. And before we move on, what do you guys think about what we've seen from the Timberwolves?
Well, so far, they've got things rolling along nicely at the offensive end.
Yeah, they've looked sharp early on with their offense, getting good chances and converting what they've taken.
And is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Julius Randle out there with Naz Reid. And it's DiVincenzo in at the point. So that's the lineup for Minnesota.
Oh, the tenacity of LeBron James, unreal.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw. And the free throw is good, now leading by 1. And Grant, we know the importance of the veteran leaders on a team, but not every vet wants to accept a mentorship role.
Very true, B.A. In your later years, that role becomes a blend of playing and kind of coaching. Not everyone is cut out for that.
DiVincenzo, pass to McDaniels. Tipped away. DiVincenzo with a steal. Pass to McDaniels. He shoots. And all around the rim that time before dropping. DiVincenzo's got 9.
They keep capturing the lead, then giving it back. We'll see if they can hold on to it this time.
Well, this is why the fans are here. Each team trading blows, increasing the entertainment value.
The 3. And he drains it. A solid 5 for 6 now.
Great feed. Edwards has such a complete game. He's much more than just a scorer.
James with the ball, picked up by Reed, and it's James with the jam.
Making sure of it with the two-hand slam, B.A.
Yeah, I don't blame him. With the score this tight, you cannot take a chance here. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
The Lakers are looking to get downhill. Anthony Davis said we try to attack the basket and live in the paint. That's part of our identity, our DNA. It's getting to the line and guys catching rhythms like that and then playing from there.
KYG, know your game. They do that well, Allie. Tries it from the top of the key, and the jumper falls for him. 14 points for him.
Yeah, the assertive approach from LeBron is really paying off in this one. He is driving this offense.
Outside Edwards. Makes a fantastic move and nails the shot. And the Timberwolves lead by 2. And a little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the second quarter. Hachimura from long range. That falls. Nice feed that time from James. James has got 3 assists now in this one. DiVincenzo against Reddish. Reed sets a screen. Here's DiVincenzo, and it's blocked by Davis.
No chance. Davis just too much to handle on the defensive side. And once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on.
2 minutes remaining in the first half.
DiVincenzo with it. Picked up by Reddish.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And guys, you cannot allow that in a close game. You have to make it harder than that.
James. Outside Reeves. And stolen by Edwards. Here's McDaniels. Oh, a great 1-2 punch. Beautiful pass and a nasty jam. Oh, another lead change. 6 total in the first half.
And this is the battle we were hoping to see. Outside Davis.
And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, B.A. Not sure what got into him.
Gobert's checked in for the Timberwolves. Mike Conley comes in for DiVincenzo. And the Lakers also making a switch. Russell is checked in. And Chris Finch has called timeout. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. There's a minute 17 left in the first half of basketball. Outside Davis. Over Gobert. And Davis gets it to go on the assist by Russell. Davis has got 5.
I like when Davis knocks down those jumpers. It forces the defense to leave the paint and really spaces the court.
Conley finds Randall. Left side, Edwards. Picked by Gobert. The open shot by Edwards. Rebound, Anthony Davis. Davis has got 4 rebounds in the game. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. Fast break, Minnesota. Pass to Randall. Now here's Gobert. Gobert with a screen on Reeves. Conley passes to Edwards. Here's Gobert. Just 5 to shoot. Wing shot on the way. The Lakers with a rebound. Davis has got 5 rebounds tonight. Now Reeves. And now they decide to foul intentionally. Los Angeles shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game. First one falls for him. And Minnesota making a change here. And so Reeves nails both of them.
We expect nothing less. He's generally been very good at the line.
Conley passes to Randall. Launches a 3. He can't get that one to fall. And the first half comes to a conclusion in a game that's been very close so far. Lakers ahead, leading by 3. And time now for the halftime break, with the third quarter soon to follow on 2K Sports. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. You know, LeBron James has been exceptional here, guys.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
Yeah, and in terms of slowing him down, I think they're going to have to change things up. Give him some different looks.
And so in the game for Los Angeles, Russell and Reeves teaming up in the backcourt. Hachimura at power forward with AD in at center. And it's Reddish in at the small forward position.
I like seeing Conley look for his shot because it puts defenses in compromising situations.
Stan, just how much of a catalyst has Mike Conley been since the Timberwolves got him?
Well, just listen to his teammates, Brian. They talk about leadership, the adult in the room, and he remains a very capable two-way player.
Knocks it loose. Alexander Walker with it. Picked up by Reeves. Inside. Here's Edwards. No stopping him there. Jams it in, and he's fouled. And in a game this close, they're going to challenge the call. Coach does not...
Challenge in place. We've seen so many of these personal foul calls still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry. Woo-wee! What a big finish out of the backcourt.
That might be exactly what they needed at this point of the game.
Yeah, what a huge dunk. Making a statement right there.
From deep, Conley. Rebound, the Lakers. And here's Reeves. He has 6. And there's the drive. Oh, a rim-rattling two-handed jam.
Oh, not the defensive effort they need to cut into the lead.
Boy, good call. You have to at least try to protect the rim.
Yeah, I'd consider calling timeout right away after that one. The defense has to be better there.
Gobert showing his skill inside.
Outstanding job converting in close. Gobert understands how to execute around the rim.
Reeves, the pass to Hachimura. Out to the right wing. Pass to Davis. Anthony Edwards with a rebound.
Well, that wasn't a bad shot. Defense playing a little loose there. Sometimes it just doesn't go in.
For the tie. The triple hits for Edwards. Well, some great scores in the NBA right now, Stan. Anyone you think doesn't get enough credit for their offensive talents?
Wow, Brian, that is a tough question. So many guys putting up such big numbers right now. Devin Booker maybe still a little overshadowed by Kevin Durant. De'Aaron Fox maybe overshadowed by Sabonis. And Tyrese Maxey certainly is overshadowed playing with Embiid.
And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan. And some changes here for the Timberwolves. McDaniels is checked in for Alexander Walker, and it's Dante DiVincenzo in for Edwards. Woods checked in for the Lakers. James comes in for Reeves. James against McDaniels. Russell to pass to Hachimura. The Lakers with another miss. Minnesota's gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. Gobert with a screen on Reddish. Conley passes to McDaniels. For the lead. Gobert inside. Woods is there. Gobert no good.
Wow. Missed the easy one right there, right at the rim, but came up empty.
Russell, that's good. Russell's got 6 points.
Keeping pace here. That's an excellent move inside.
Conley looking for an opening. To the paint. Wood grabs the board. The Lakers have gotten 4 of 7 shots to drop in the third. James with the ball, now guarded by McDaniels. And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it.
Just over 3.5 minutes through the third. Russell to pass to James. LeBron gets the bucket inside.
Love the attack mindset. Big second half bucket to extend the lead.
Timberwolves trail by 4. For 3, Conley. And the three-pointer goes. Conley's got 5 points in the quarter.
That's inexcusable defense right there. You gotta contest the shot better than that.
Hachimura with a screen on McDaniels. They get it back. Out to Wood. This one for 3. That one no good. Minnesota has gone 5 of 10 from beyond the three-point line in this game. Incredible game. This lead has been exchanged 8 times.
Tremendous show of will and resilience on both sides.
Reddish a screen on McDaniels. Outside Reddish. Back to James. And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players. It's been quite a game for Dante DiVincenzo.
Well, now the question is, how do you scheme this guy? Try to take the ball out of his hands? Bring a second defender? I'm curious to see what they do.
And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over. And some changes here for the Timberwolves. Reed comes in for Rudy Gobert, and it's Anthony Edwards in for Mike Conley. Clock at 6. James, a screen on Edwards. Physical play by LeBron inside.
Well, credit the screen there, springing him loose for the finish.
Edwards against James. To the inside. Back to Edwards. Randall, a screen on Hachimura. Edwards. Oh, and he just knocked down the buzzer beater.
A huge three allows them to snatch the lead, heading...
And we've reached the end of the third quarter. Just a terrific game thus far. It's Minnesota up by 1. And when we return, we'll get the fourth quarter rolling here on 2K Sports. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Yeah, he puts that pass right on the money and made things look easy for his teammate.
Man, I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what J.J. Redick was going over with his team. He was very passionately telling his team, don't give them an inch when they have the ball. This game is going to come down to defense. I need you guys to work hard and close this one out. Guys?
Great work, Allie. Thanks. Amp is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Nas Reed out there with Julius Randle. And it's Steven Chenzo in at the point guard position. So that's the Timberwolves 5.
You're still dunking with ease. James is a physical specimen. And this is not the time to be giving up turnovers. Those points could end up being a deciding factor in this game.
Davis against Edwards. Edwards rises up and powers it down.
They have a never-give-up attitude.
Yeah, and as a coach, you love having a team like this. They've got zero quitting.
Reddish a screen on McDaniels. Here's James. It's going to be on LeBron James. That's his first foul.
And this is the absolute wrong time to stop communicating. They have to get in sync.
Outside, DiVincenzo. No good with the triple. The Lakers in the lead. Reddish with it, picked up by Reed. On the wing, Davis. Just over a minute and a half played here in the fourth. For Minnesota, they've gotten just one shot to fall out of 3 attempts in the fourth. Up top, Reed. Check by James. Here's Edwards. Oh, he goes right over LeBron and slams it down.
Wow, this is how explosive Edwards can be. He finishes with such force at the rim.
James passes to Reddish. Randle with a steal. Outside Edwards. And he sinks that one, hitting the back of the rim on the way in. Edwards got 13 in the second half. And a look at how the hustle game has been going for the Timberwolves.
Well, all you can ask for is your guys to be really active on D, and they've been more than that tonight.
Yeah, one thing I think they should continue doing is attacking the break, because right now, this defense has no answer for them when they do this.
Pure from three-point range. And the Lakers lead by 1. Oh, this one has turned into an absolute nail-biter.
Yeah, at this point, you almost expect it to come down to the last possession.
Reed, a screen on Reddish. Here's Edwards. Get up, Anthony Edwards!
Well, you need a bucket? Give it to Edwards. He's got that clutch gene.
Here's James. Oh, a dunk and a foul! A powerhouse move! He's got a chip. And with this game coming down to the wire, they're quick to use their coach's challenge, asking for a review.
Action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Well, we talk about ice in his veins a lot, but this guy personifies that. What a clutch shot.
On the wing, Davis. On the wing, Reeves. James, left side. 5 on the clock. Oh, great focus from James.
Oh, easy to see why LeBron has the ball in these moments. He's dependable at coming through for his team.
Outside Edwards. 1:16 left in the fourth quarter. And there's the call on Rui Hachimura. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Here's DiVincenzo. McDaniels, a screen on Reddish. DiVincenzo with it. Picked up by Reddish. Oh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now. It's going to go on Cam Reddish. And no luck that time either. The Lakers have gotten 5 of 6 shots to go in the fourth. Stolen by Reed. Edwards with it. 51 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. And the foul called on Cam Reddish. So that'll be a second foul of the game. We're in the bonus. We'll go to the line to shoot 2. He gets the first, and that ties this game up. And so he's good on both free throws, and that gives him a lead.
Free throw shooting comes into focus in tight games. As usual, he's up to the task.
James deciding where to go with it. Shot from 12. And he didn't get quite enough under that one. So it's Minnesota now. Edwards with it. Picked up by Reddish.
Oh, whoa, that is as clutch as it gets. Big time play.
Yeah, don't you just love to see a player embrace that kind of pressure?
About 3 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. And it's good. Oh, what a sensational bucket. That brings him within 1. There's 18 seconds left in the game. And they're going to prolong the game with an intentional foul.
Yeah, no, you had to do that. I mean, you can't allow them to dribble out the time.
Good on the first. And that'll put him up 2. And so both free throws good, and it's a 3-point game.
Yeah, at this point, they're going to have to go for the 3 and try to force OT.
Reddish, a screen on McDaniels. James passes to Reddish. Yes! He's still got it! LeBron!
BA, the one-hand dunk just looks so fluid.
Yeah, absolutely. Even smooth when he's powering it home like that. And now an intentional foul. They need the ball back as soon as possible. And he cannot get the first one to drop. Tough one to miss. That's good. Going 1 of 2 from the line. And that'll put him up 2. And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. There is a lot on the line. And he is determined to make sure everyone's on the same page. What do you think Coach will be drawing up here?
I would honestly attempt to get the ball near the rim because even if the shot doesn't fall, a quick putback will suffice.
And here's Reeves outside. And we've got a timeout called by J.J. Redick. Critical moment here. He's not taking any chances. And looking at the options here, what do you think is being discussed?
I would honestly attempt to get the ball near the rim because even if the shot doesn't fall, a quick putback will suffice.
The 3, James. Oh, that shot had a chance, but the all-or-nothing shot. All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. And that about wraps it up.
So Miami will get the first possession. So here's Miami's starting group. You've got Rozier. He's out there with Josh Richardson. Butler out there with Adebayo. And it's Highsmith in at the 4. Well, G.A. Adebayo came from very humble beginnings.
Yeah, raised by his mother. And Kevin, Bam's main motivation in life was to get her out of that trailer. He worked extremely hard and now arguably a top 25 player.
On the clock, Leonard. And Adebayo sends it back.
And got to be careful shooting around Adebayo. An athletic big man who gets up as fast as anybody to block shots.
Here's Highsmith. That's good, and it's Rozier with the assist.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
I think defensively, that is not the way you want to start. Giving up high percentage looks, that doesn't typically end well.
And here is Los Angeles now. The Heat getting the bucket. And here's Leonard from 3. And the Clippers miss again. Powell against Rozier. Pass to Butler. Back to Rozier. Butler against Harden. They set the pick. Now here's Butler. Not a lot of room. Misses the layup. For Los Angeles, they've gone 0 of 3 from the field to start the game. Here's Harden. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
Oh my goodness, what an elusive move by James Harden. Not only the ability to put it on the deck, but the ability to make that shot. That's tough.
Now, here's Rozier. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass.
And they've scored several times already here in the first quarter on the inside.
And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, I was able to talk with Tyronn Lue for just a minute. I asked Coach about facing off against Bam Adebayo, and he told me the dangerous thing about Bam is his versatility. He's able to play different roles for his team depending on the matchup. And that versatility makes it difficult to game plan against him. Guys?
Okay, David, much appreciated. And Dwayne Wade is the first Heat player to be honored with a statue. And Greg, that's pretty significant for a very successful franchise.
And Kevin, well deserved, right? D-Wade, the best player in franchise history. He helped bring 3 championships to the city, plus he's already got a street named after him.
Boy, what is more fear-invoking than Kawhi off the bounce near the cup? Look out.
Adebayo finds Butler. Back to Adebayo. Heat moving the ball around. Jones against Butler. Adebayo high post. And Jones pulls it down.
Well, defensively, if you allow him to get this close, you're playing with fire. He just happened to miss that one.
Bamba setting the pick for Leonard. Inside. And Bamba with the basket on the assist from Leonard.
Well, you see the fluidity in the screen and roll game. Mo Bamba, decisive in his movements, is what allows him to convert.
Rozier looking around. Nailed from three-point land. Rozier's got 5 points so far.
And I like to see this. They're calling his number early, and he's delivering.
They know that if this guy goes off, their chances of winning rise exponentially.
Harden, no good.
I didn't see that miss coming. I mean, he's usually been money from that range.
Here's Butler. Bamba with the block.
Well, this is one of Bamba's big-time strengths. Send it back, Mo.
And it's Rozier missing. Clippers trail by 5. And here is Bamba. Outside Leonard. Back to Bamba. Pass to Leonard. Jones for 3. It's Adebayo with the rebound. Adebayo's got his 4th rebound in this one. Rozier against Harden. Outside Rozier. And there's the drive. And good that time. He's got 7.
Well, the versatility he possesses makes him a very tough cover, guys.
Jones kicks to Powell. And the timeout called here by Tyronn Lue. He wants him in here to get things straightened out with his team. And here's Leonard from 3. And so it's Miami heading to the bench with a 7-point lead as we wrap up the quarter. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And let's take a moment here to get your guys' take on scoring so far for the Heat.
Oh, man, how about the mid-range jumper from these guys? It's on tonight, a huge part of their offense so far.
I think the other thing they've done a great job of is making their presence felt inside, converting tons of paint opportunities.
The guard pair, it's Harden and Powell. Jones is out there with Kawhi Leonard. And it's Bamba in at the 5, down low. They're the group out there for the Clippers starting the second quarter. When Kawhi Leonard is healthy, Doris, no one has a bigger effect on a game than this great two-way player.
There's no question, Kevin, because of his length and savvy on the defensive end. He can swallow up individual offensive matchups. He's that good defensively. And then you think to his transition on the offensive end from a player who was a standstill shooter to now who you can run your offense through.
Don't take your eyes off Bam. When he comes off the floor, he gets up and the slams are just too good to miss.
Leonard finds Harden. Leonard with the screen on Butler. Harden the pass to Leonard. And they call over the back here. Too much contact.
And he drew that call by establishing his base early and then doing a great job with the box out.
Well, just good fundamental basketball. You go hunt a body, make sure you box out. Good job.
Pass to Rozier. Adebayo with the screen on Leonard. Here's Adebayo. That misses off the backboard.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
I think expect them to go back to it because that's the kind of shot this offense is designed to generate. Sometimes a player is born with a passer's mindset. He deals it with conviction.
Yeah, he's shown terrific control of the pace and the rhythm of this offense.
And I think they count on him for that. He is a tone setter, extremely unselfish.
Here's Leonard. And it's Miami with the rebound. Adebayo's got his 5th rebound in this one. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. And eventually, every player, GA, has to grapple with age, realizing they've lost a step or two against the young fellas. And sometimes, that is a very slow realization.
Oh, it is, Kevin. Hopefully, by that point, it's less about financial security and more about prolonging the inevitable, simply for the love of the game.
Leonard with the screen on Butler. Here's Harden. That one falls. His 2nd basket of the game. He's now 2 for 3.
How about the incredible handle from James Harden? That ball is on the string, so crafty, the defense has no chance.
Highsmith the pass to Rozier. Heat moving the ball around. Jones against Butler. Count the bucket. And he's got a free throw coming up as well. And now, yep, this will be a coach's challenge. We thought that might happen, triggering a review of the personal foul.
The play is under a video review under NBA rules. The officials will have 2 minutes to review the play.
The original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving at, and how fast the action really is, and how hard it can be sometimes. You know, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in air. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video reviews showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
The Heat leading by 9. Jaquez with the ball. Jones covering. Richardson the pass to Jaquez. Back to Richardson. Offensive rebound. Adebayo kicks to Butler. The tray. It's another look. And Adebayo with the nice bucket inside. And it's an 11-point Miami lead.
And this is the level of intensity Adebayo brings. He's terrific at channeling that energy on the offensive glass.
Here's Harden, and the jam by Harden.
And didn't do anything fancy there, but didn't need to.
Nope, his only concern right now is getting the points on the board, and I don't mean style points. Jaquez sets a screen for Rozier. Pass to Adebayo. Back to Rozier. Pulls up on the elbow. And Adebayo throws it down.
A signature slam from the big fella. We've seen a few of those before.
Powell against Rozier. Leonard with a screen on Butler. Pass to Leonard. Now Powell. Here's Harden. Jaquez defending. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Bamba wide open and he fires. Good. It's Harden with the assist that time. Bamba's got 7.
Boy, it's just normal to see now, right? 7-footers like Bamba making threes. Has this league changed or what?
On the wing, Rozier. Guarded by Powell.
Oh, taking it to the rack with power.
Hammering down the two-hand slam. And the timeout called here by Tyronn Lue. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. Nicholas Batum, he's checked in for the Clippers. P.J. Tucker comes in for Leonard. Burks, he's checked in for the Heat. Butler with the steal. The 3. And Burks is good for 3. Burks has got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. Richardson against Harden. Lays it up off the glass. He's got 8.
I mean, the number of points they've scored in the paint already here is eye-opening.
Timeout. And timeout is called by Eric Spoelstra. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline. It's Miami holding on to an 11-point cushion as we get ready to take a break. Thanks for the great interview, David, and we'll be back for the third quarter of basketball following halftime. Well, we've got a second half of basketball for you. We think it's going to be pretty good. A big comeback, though, is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Nice game. Great for performance by Terry Rozier.
Man, how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column through 2 quarters? He has been terrific.
And one would expect that the defense made some adjustments at halftime, but he has the ability. pressure right back.
Here's Harden. On the court for the Heat, they've got Adebayo. Alec Burks is out there with Richardson. Then it's Butler. And it's Highsmith in at the 4 slot. Here's Leonard. Highsmith grabs the miss. Miami leading by 11. Here's Butler. Oh, Butler flying to the rim.
What a crafty drive by Jimmy Butler, mixing speeds, getting where he wants to be on the floor.
And the call on the shot, and it looks like, yep, it's a coach's challenge.
And this is the time now where the officials can review in closer detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Bamba kicks to Powell. Harden outside. To the middle. Here's Leonard in the corner. Bamba with it. Clock is at 3. And it's Miami with the rebound. Burks looking around. Pass to Adebayo. Adebayo with a screen for Burks. Adebayo passes to Richardson. The Heat need to get a shot off. 3-pointer, Butler. And Bamba pulls it down. And it's Harden with the ball for the Los Angeles Clippers. It's a 13-point game. Kicks it out to Leonard. Bamba against Adebayo. It's a nice passing here by Los Angeles. Here's Leonard. Rebound by the Heat. Adebayo's got 10 rebounds here tonight. So active. Powell against Burks. Pass to Highsmith. Back to Burks. Shoots over Bamba. Bamba with the block. With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Kevin, Commissioner Silver has been direct. The NBA is hoping for more competitive All-Star games. They've said as much before, but last year's high-scoring All-Star game did precede the league's not-so-subtle move to cut down on foul calls and allow for more defense overall. They are trying to get it right. Kevin?
And it couldn't be a great game without defense, so we like the direction. BA, thank you. Butler passes to Highsmith. Butler against Leonard. Butler on the attack.
That's the tenacity of Jimmy Butler, just putting in work in close range.
Clippers trail by 13. Just over 3.5 minutes through the third quarter of play now. Powell, the pass to Jones, and that one drops.
Yeah, I love the communication and the chemistry between those teammates.
The Heat have gone 3 of 5 to start the second half, developing a nice rhythm out there. Butler kicks to Burks. Off target with his 3.
Well, the defense clearly was not interested in guarding him from downtown. They're very fortunate he missed.
In the corner, Bamba with it. A 3-pointer off the mark. The Heat leading by 11. Butler on the way. There's 42 seconds left to play here in the third. Just 5 to shoot. Burks, the pass to Highsmith. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. Bamba's got his 4th rebound in this one. And Leonard has it in the corner. It's good. The assist that time from Harden. Harden's got 3 assists now in this one. Outside Butler. And the rejection by Harden. Shot's good from Butler.
Timeout, timeout.
Just 4 seconds left to play in the third. And the timeout called here by Tyronn Lue. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with his guys. Just 4 seconds left in the third. Rozier with the steal. And so it's the Miami Heat with a 10-point lead. Some breathing. While we have the chance now, folks, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
And when you're the beneficiary of a pass that good, you better deliver. And he did just that.
Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks, as always, for joining us. PJ Tucker is out there with Jones. Then it's Terrence Mann. Then it's Porter. And it's Harden in at the 1 spot. That's who's out there for the Clippers. And the timeout called here by Tyronn Lue. There was no hesitating. Talk to the team right now. And Los Angeles with some changes. Bamba is checked in for Terrence Mann, and it's Powell in for Kevin Porter. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, during the last break, I heard Tyronn Lue talking with his team. His emphasis was for more effort on the defensive end. He said, we have to do a better job of communicating and helping each other out. They're getting too many easy looks. Let's make it hard on them. Kevin, they're going to have to if they're going to slow down the hot shooting of their opponent.
Okay, David, thanks. Powell against Rozier. And it's Jaquez, top of the key. And Bamba pulls it down. Bamba's got 5 rebounds tonight. Harden against Butler. In the corner, Bamba with it. Butler against Harden, 4 on the shot clock. And the foul on Josh Richardson. That's his first foul.
I mean, I like the call. I thought the defense was just there a little late.
Fourth quarter still young, just over a minute play. Jones with the screen on Butler. Tries from 10.
Boy, you love the urgency from Josh Richardson defensively. He refused to concede an inch to that shooter.
With the drive, so it's Richardson with the jam.
Just rubbing it in their faces with that dunk.
He is never going to take his foot off the pedal.
Well, you love that he wants to wear out the defense. What a catalyst for his team. Incredible.
And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
James Harden brings tremendous versatility. He can score it, he can distribute. Whatever you need from him offensively, he can provide it.
The Heat making a switch here. Adebayo's checked in.
This is about the last guy you want to send to the stripe right now. They keep fouling him, and he keeps making them.
Pass to Richardson. Back to Adebayo. Rozier with the ball. Adebayo with a screen for Rozier. Hits it from 3-point range. Rozier's got 5 points now this quarter.
Rozier in a real rhythm offensively, and that's problematic for the defense.
Harden kicks it to Tucker. Powell with it. Rozier defending. Back to Tucker. And stolen by Butler. It's 3-on-3 on the fast break. Jaquez with the ball. Bamba picks him up. Pass to Jaquez. And here's Adebayo. Back to Jaquez. Shot clock at 6. Here's Butler. It's hauled in by the Clippers.
Well, that's a blown defensive coverage, but it doesn't matter. He cannot answer the bell.
It's Harden with the drive, and he uses the glass on the layup.
Well, James Harden's ability to put it on the deck and get to the cup is elite. And because of that size and frame, he's going to finish most often.
Jaquez the pass to Rozier. Jaquez with the screen on Powell. Rozier against Jones. Some nice ball movement here by the Heat. Butler from outside. And Jones pulls it down. Clippers trail by 10 on the wing. Harden. Fourth quarter of play, and over 3.5 minutes have gone by. Here's Rozier. Oh, and there's the one-handed jam.
You see the burst that Terry Rozier has in the open floor. That's a tremendous finish.
And the timeout called here by Tyronn Lue. Clearly, he's got something his players need to hear, and immediately. He's checked in for the Clippers. And Miami with a change here, too. Highsmith is checked in. A minute 20 left to play in the final quarter. Kicks it out to Harden. Back to Leonard. Oh, and the jam by Leonard.
Well, Kawhi Leonard might be quiet off the court, but on the court, he makes a lot of noise.
And it looks like just playing the last bit of this one out in what should be a nice win here for the Heat.
This is a game where the defense, steals specifically, generating a lot of opportunities.
And it created possessions for them, scoring opportunities, and that effort, a big part of what will be a nice victory here tonight.
And looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Terry Rozier.
This guy has been shot-making all night long. He commands the rock and takes over.
Outside Leonard. There's 31 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. And the dunk by Bamba. Rozier with the ball. 20 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Into the lane, and he dunks it down.
Now the creativity of Terry Rozier off the bounce. This is what makes him so effective in pick-and-roll action.
It's tipped. And so Miami takes this one by a big margin. They keep. All right, David, thank you. And that'll do it, folks. For great.
deep roster.
Yeah, it's a luxury these days, honestly. Resting stars, truly trusting your second unit, all keys to a successful and well-rested squad.
So let's take a look at the starters for the Philadelphia 76ers. Eric Gordon is out there with Kelly Oubre. Then it's Maxey. Then there's Paul George. And it's Embiid in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Here's Philadelphia. It's a three-point game. Fires from deep. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. DiVincenzo with it. Guarded now by Maxey. DiVincenzo against Maxey. Now here's DiVincenzo. Shot clock at 6. Here's Edwards. Driving in. The rebound by Embiid.
That's just a bucket. Look, you expect him to make. It's tough when you miss them.
Here's the 3. And that's good. Maxey for 3.
So locked in from range. Maxey almost makes it look effortless.
And just over a minute played here to start the game. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
I briefly spoke with Chris Finch. The biggest focus on the defensive end, the big man, Joel Embiid. Coach telling me that they've talked a lot about how to defend Embiid. They have a great film session on it, but at the end of the day, he said Joel is a monster down low, so there's only so much you can do. It'll be fun watching the process do his thing tonight, guys.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
Now here's Oubre. Back to George. Jacks up a 3. And it's Gobert with a rebound. Edwards, the pass to Randall. And it's Randall with the jam.
Wow, Julius Randle. We could feel the floor shaking on that one.
And the ball out of bounds. Last touch by Edwards. Here in the first quarter with about 2 minutes gone by. For 3, George.
Just staying right on the ball there. Randall with a nice shot contest, making a difference at both ends of the floor.
Here's DiVincenzo. Will not go. Misses off the front iron. For Philadelphia, they've gone 1 of 4 to begin this one. And the shot goes.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Now here's DiVincenzo. He's got 5. DiVincenzo against Gordon. Let's go with a 3. Counted from distance.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
The Timberwolves have gone 3 of 6 from the floor. Down low. Here's Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Can you say terrific athlete? Edwards just enjoys getting deep positioning and rising up for the slam.
Outside Maxey. Embiid, a screen on Edwards. Maxey passes to Embiid. Pass to George. Just 5 on the clock. Gets rebounded by Minnesota. Gobert's got his 4th rebound in this one. Edwards with it. Guarded now by Maxey.
Yeah, what energy from Edwards on the drive. Pushing his way inside and straight to the cup.
Maxey passes to Embiid. Back to Maxey. Oh, they get a hand on it. And so it looks like it'll be Philadelphia ball. Just over 3.5 minutes gone here in the first. George against McDaniels. George, good.
Getting it done inside. You know, I love seeing George be active on the interior.
Maxey against DiVincenzo. Picked by Gobert. Top of the key. Again, the Timberwolves score.
No, he's just ridiculous. He is just an absolute surgeon when he has the ball. This man is surgical. There is no way to slow him down when he wants to score.
Now here's Maxey. Pass to George. Oubre, a screen on McDaniels. Outside Oubre. Gets the 3 to fall. And it's all knotted up.
When he has enough space, he's more than comfortable letting it fly from outside.
DiVincenzo, the pass to Edwards. DiVincenzo with a screen on George. It's stolen by Maxey. Pass to Embiid. And then Embiid with the dunk.
Defense looks helpless against Embiid on that slam. He's just too physical.
Edwards looking it over. From the high post. No good that time.
With the defense absent, that was a great opportunity, but no go.
Well, it's been a high-scoring, competitive game through the first quarter of play. Philadelphia on top, leading by just 2. Quarter number 2. And some good action in the books as we get back to a game that's been pretty close so far here. And looking at what we've seen from Philadelphia, what do you guys think?
Oh, what I love was that first quarter was all about leaking out and capitalizing in transition.
It leads to some easy buckets, and I think it's given them control of the pace in this one.
Ant is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Julius Randle out there with Rudy Gobert. And it's DiVincenzo in at the 1. So that's the lineup for Minnesota. Shot clock at 2. For 3, George. Hauled in by DiVincenzo. The Timberwolves trail. Gobert with a screen on George. DiVincenzo, the pass to Gobert. Edwards with it, defended by Gordon. Off target from outside.
It's tough to get open in this league, and when you do, it hurts not to capitalize.
George.
Nice finish.
Man, big time right there.
Gotta like the momentum on George's drive, cutting into the defense and clearing himself a path.
So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. Well, when you look at the forwards in this league, there are a lot more Grant Hill types out there these days, partner.
Well, thank you for the nice words, B.A. Of course, I took pride in my overall game. And over the last few decades or so, we've seen a bunch of guys playing the 3, 4, and 5 who can pass, dribble, and shoot. So it's fun to watch the game evolve.
Here's George. And the jam by George.
I like when Paul looks to score inside because he's more than capable of dunking it through.
DiVincenzo against Maxey. Deflects the pass. Oh, George with a steal. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. Jaden McDaniels picks one up. Philadelphia shooting their first free throws of this game.
And you got to give Paul George credit for his mental toughness. There's always lots of chatter out there, but he tunes it out and just focuses on his game.
For a star like him, you get lots of opportunities at the line, and he's great at cashing them in.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Brian, Anthony Edwards, his disposition just brightens a locker room. Coach Chris Finch said he's an absolute joy to coach. Always in a great mood with a great smile. It doesn't matter if he plays well or he doesn't. Every day he has the same approach and the same attitude.
And he wants to be great, Allie. There's no doubt about that. And what a breakout 4th year for Tyrese Maxey. Named to his first All-Star game in 2024, Richard.
When the Sixers traded away James Harden, it really opened up things for Maxey. Gave him the ball more responsibility, and you know what? He showed up.
And here in the second quarter of action, just a hair under 2.5 minutes played. McDaniels against George. Embiid passes to Maxey. There's the drive. 2 points. That one goes. Maxey's got 4 points this quarter.
I just love the pace that Maxey plays at, constantly applying pressure to the defense.
DiVincenzo against Maxey. DiVincenzo, pass to Edwards. Edwards with a step and a foul called on the way up. So and they want a second opinion on that call. The signal for the coach's challenge has been made.
People will
The officials will have 2 minutes to review the play.
The NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Reed's checked in for Minnesota. The Sixers lead by 7. Maxey with it. He has 7. A minute 42 left in the first half of this one. 2 open that time. Made it look easy. Oubre's got 6.
Smart pass from the quick thinking Maxey. Outstanding at finding uncovered teammates.
George against Edwards. Reed, a screen on Maxey. Nice shot by DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo's got 6 points in the quarter.
Got it in deep, and that's how you do it.
Here's George. Oh, and Reed with a block. Here's DiVincenzo. Finished off the break. He's got 15.
Great teamwork on that drive, punctuated by a strong finish.
Yeah, that's nice execution, running with purpose and creating an easy scoring opportunity off the break.
Maxey, that's good.
Nice work on the interior. Maxey looks so composed amongst those trees.
Outside, DiVincenzo. Randall, a screen on Maxey. Pass to Randall. Right side, Edwards. Outside, DiVincenzo. Back to Edwards. Another shot. It's good! Edwards! What strength!
You got to bring more muscle if you want to stop Edwards from scoring. He's gifted at converting through contact.
George against McDaniels. Here's George. Over McDaniels. Oh, it would have counted had it fallen, but it is offline. And that'll do it for the first half of play. The Sixers on. Appreciate it, Allie. And we'll be coming right back after this break, ready for the third quarter. And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. It's been quite a game for Donte DiVincenzo.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
If they don't change their approach in the second half, let's just say his success will continue.
Taking a look at the 76ers. Caleb Martin out there with Andre Drummond. Then there's Eric Gordon. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Lowry in at the point guard position. And Chris Finch calls timeout here. We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy here. The Timberwolves making a switch here. Alexander Walker's checked in. Gordon finds Drummond. Now Maxey, guarded by Edwards. 6 to shoot. Here's Maxey. Late clock. The Sixers need to put one up here. The shot by Drummond, no good.
That is not a guy you want to allow open looks from range. Lucky for the defense, he just couldn't get it to go.
The open shot by Edwards. Philadelphia grabs the miss. Knocked away. Stolen by Conley. It's Edwards on the wing. Maxey covering. And the whistle blows as the basket counts. Chance at a three-point opportunity here. One free throw coming up. Minnesota shooting their third free throw attempt of the game. They throw good, Edwards.
Well, we know Edwards has an impressive skill set, but what really separates him is the competitive edge that he plays with.
Lowry surveys the D. Pass to Martin. Back to Lowry. Maxey with it. The shot, no good. Oh, good D by Edwards. Shot is up. Again, the Timberwolves score.
And a slick play called by Edwards, creating space for himself to operate.
And so it's Nick Nurse calling timeout here. He wants to give him a breather and talk things over. Reed's checked in for Gobert. And Philadelphia making a change here. And so Lowry will bring it up for Philadelphia. They lead by 1. Here's George. There's the 3. Tries to save it. And out of bounds. Minnesota will have it. And we're about a minute and a half in the second half. Conley against Lowry for the lead. And it's Conley getting it to go. And the Timberwolves lead by 1.
A cagey score on the inside. Conley has the smarts and he has the skill.
Lowry, the pass to George. The 3 is up. He buries it from 3. George has got 12. We've seen 5 lead changes so far. Neither team able to pull away.
Yeah, this game just feels like it's going to come down to the wire.
Edwards, the pass to Alexander Walker. George against Edwards. Randall outside. Shot clock at 5. Back to Edwards. Tried to come right back with a 3 of his own, but it's no good. Philadelphia has gone only 1 of 3 from deep here in the third. With an MVP trophy under his belt, Joel Embiid has only become more dominant, RJ.
I think that 2023 MVP increased his confidence. It allowed him to feel like he really was the best player in the world. And I think it motivated him to keep pushing himself. And the results speak for themselves because the stats, they back that up.
Here's Lowry. And the layup is good off the glass. And now it's a 4-point Philadelphia lead.
Playing way bigger than his 6-foot height. Lowry scores it inside. He just plays with so much heart.
From deep, Conley. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got his 6th rebound on the night. George against Edwards. George scanning the floor. Embiid, a screen on Edwards. George finds Embiid. George against Edwards. It's George on the drive. From deep, Conley. The Timberwolves again can't hit. Philadelphia leading by 4. And he commits the intentional foul.
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
And Chris Finch has called timeout. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. Alexander Walker, he's checked in for the Timberwolves. DiVincenzo comes in for Conley. Gordon, he's checked in for Philadelphia. Maxey comes in for George. For 3, Maxey. Randall pulls down the board.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
There's a minute 17 left in the third. DiVincenzo.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And you can feel the jolt of energy that he sent through his team. That is a huge boost in a tight game like this.
Another shot right in the lane. That's been their MO this evening.
Maxey against DiVincenzo. Reed a screen on Maxey. Here's DiVincenzo. That one falls. 8 of 10 and scoring with confidence.
Such a graceful move, showing off the floater game.
Maxey surveys. Over to the wing. Here's Embiid, and the baseline jumper goes down. Embiid's got 6.
Just another thing that makes Embiid unguardable. He can hit shots from any spot on the floor.
DiVincenzo, pass to Randall, and it's Randall with the jam.
While he's a bit undersized for a forward, he more than makes up for it with his bounce.
1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Embiid, a screen on McDaniels. That's basket number 6 in 8 tries.
Watch out when Maxey finds his groove like this. He'll just keep coming at you and at you.
For 3, DiVincenzo buries it from 3. DiVincenzo's got 22.
And you look at how they've come out in the second half. It's almost like night and day.
And they look like a completely different team. I wonder what coach said to them at halftime to help spark this momentum change.
And so it's Nick Nurse calling timeout here. He's going to talk it over with his guys.
Coach no doubt wants to use this timeout to review the matchups and maybe make some adjustments as well.
I'm sure all of the above is in order, and you can never be too content.
And here's Oubre from the arc. And that's not going to go. Misses at the buzzer. We're at the end of the third quarter. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
That wasn't a better pass in the game, almost like he had a sixth sense.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. Ant is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Naz Reid out there with Julius Randle. And it's DiVincenzo in at the 1 spot. So that's the Timberwolves 5. And that's an intentional foul.
First team foul.
Gordon against DiVincenzo. Oubre, a screen on Edwards. Left side, Oubre. 6 on the shot clock.
You're smothering D right there. Just a tremendous job by Edwards, forcing a difficult shot.
And a missed layup. And so George will bring it up for the Philadelphia 76ers. They've led by as much as 10. And he drives in. And George with the jam.
His hang time on the rim puts a sweet cherry on top, B.A.
It's a close game, and those displays of explosiveness can jumpstart a team. Randall, the pass to DiVincenzo. Randall on the screen. DiVincenzo finds Randall, and here's Edwards. Reid, a screen on George. The Timberwolves need to get off a shot here. Minnesota again missing. The Sixers lead by 3. Embiid with it. Picked up by Reid. Back to Embiid. To the middle. Knocked loose. Outside Oubre. Pass to George. Takes a 3. Minnesota with a rebound. Edwards has got 4 rebounds now. Moving along, 2 minutes gone in the fourth. Another miss by Minnesota.
It's clear he's totally out of sync. The team needs to rethink its strategy around what to do with him.
And so they foul intentionally.
Second team foul.
So it's Philadelphia now. Here in the fourth quarter, their defense has been very strong. No baskets allowed.
Well, the corner 3, no challenge for Maxey. I mean, the dude can straight up shoot from deep.
Looking to get back on track. And slammed it home. And a foul. A chance at a... And they're not happy with the call here. Coach has given the signal. He's going to use his challenge. Probably a good idea in such a close contest.
These personal foul calls still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
All right, let's get a report from Allie.
I had a chance to find out what Nick Nurse was discussing with his players. Coach cautioned his team against feeling comfortable. He said the moment we take our foot off the gas, they're back in it. Let's push through the finish line. Brian?
Okay, thanks, Allie.
Oh, I can see some miscommunication on defense there very clearly. They were super fortunate it didn't torch them with that mistake.
DiVincenzo can't hit. Philadelphia leading by 4. Embiid passes to George. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
He has such a skilled scorer. When George is looking to attack, it puts pressure on the D.
First free throw is good. George hits them both. Now DiVincenzo. Edwards a screen on Maxey. For 3, DiVincenzo. And that one goes. Now 10 for 13 on the night.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You gotta show some fire and keep defending.
This team counts on George to deliver points. His consistency under pressure is key to their offense.
DiVincenzo pass to Reed. And again, it's Minnesota with a 3.
And defensively, how do you leave them that open in crunch time?
George for 3. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. Randall's got 4 rebounds in the game. And Edwards slams it in.
Wow, Edwards almost makes it look effortless, like the whole team wasn't holding their breath right there.
Up top, Embiid. Lets it fly. And perfection right through the net. And the 76ers lead by 2.
Some players shrink when the pressure's on, but he lives for these moments.
Here's Edwards. Edwards rises up and powers it down.
And you gotta love the mentality of Anthony Edwards. He wants to be the star. He wants the spotlight. Not everyone is like that.
The whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That's his 4th foul of the contest. 59 seconds left in the 4th quarter. Outside Oubre. Pass to George. And he got the whistle on the way up. So, and no surprise here. At this stage of the game, they're going to use the coach's challenge. Make them take another look at the call.
Many of these personal foul calls still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Ooh, he knocks down the clutch free throw. Second one is good, getting both at the line. And it's a 2-point ball game.
In a close game, it's great to have guys you can count on to knock down free throws.
Maxey against DiVincenzo. Outside Edwards. Shoots over Maxey. Edwards can't get that one to fall. And Embiid has got the ball here for Philadelphia. They've led by as much as 10. Count it!
Talk about stepping up in a big way.
What a huge play, coming through when it matters most.
17 seconds left in the 4th. George against McDaniels. And here's George. On the take. money.
And I understand we're seeing some potent offense, but you have to put up more of a fight defensively.
Shoot, this defense is giving me hope. The way I look, I could sign a 10-day and put up a few buckets on this squad.
And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Reed.
Those are the turnovers that have coaches pulling their hair out. Why do you think I'm bald?
So a close game sees Philadelphia taking this. All right, Allie, thank you. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast.